Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the June 13th City Council business meeting. I'm Mayor Pro Tem Julie Eisold, sitting in for the mayor who is on vacation this week, well-deserved vacation. Hopefully she's not watching. She should be with her family, enjoying herself. So before we get started, I'm going to go ahead and ask for introductions in the room, and then we will ask for introductions from our council meeting members online. So let's go ahead with you, Bethany.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, District 4.
Good evening, Dimple Ajmera, at large.
Good evening, Ed Driggs, District 7.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Tarek Bakari, District 6.
Lena James, Deputy City Attorney.
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
Let's go ahead online. If you want to introduce.
Greg Phipps at large.
Braxton Winston at large.
Good evening, Matt Newton, District 5.
How about staff?
Teresa Smith, CFO.
Okay, great. I guess that's everybody. Tonight's meeting is being held in accordance with applicable law governing remote meetings with some of our council members, as you can see, that will be participating remotely. The requirements of notice, access, and minutes are met as required by law. So without further ado, we're going to get started, and I'm going to ask Ms. Harris to step up and address any questions that came from our consent items or any items that had been pulled. Ms. Harris?
Thank you, and good evening. And so far, I did not get any, unless y'all have some at this time. I didn't get any on the consent agenda items.
Does anybody have anything they want to either comment on or pull for a separate vote? Good, we're off to a good start. Short meeting. Thank you. With that, we can consider agenda items 39 through 61 with one motion. May I have a motion to,
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
thank you, and we do need to do that, oh, excuse me, except for item number 24, which was removed by staff.
And sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, that one's actually a business item, so that's not included in the consent. But
Oh,
to
24, you're
your
right.
point,
Okay.
24, just for a note of everyone, 24 was a lease item under business that's no longer moving forward, and that one's getting pulled.
Okay, got
Motion to
it.
approve 39 through 61.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. And with that, I will ask Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton?
Hey, Matt, vote.
We're voting on consent agenda item
Yeah.
39. Okay, thank you.
Wakey,
Ms. Watlington's not here yet. I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is, I'm going to turn over to the city manager. We have 3 items on our action review items, so I'll let him introduce those.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. As the Mayor Pro Tem just indicated, we do have 3 items tonight. 2 of the items are the annual reports on the city's municipal service districts. And while we have 2 MSDs now, shortly after the beginning of the fiscal year, we'll have our 3rd. So Councilmember Bakari, not tonight, but there's an opportunity for South Park in the future. So what we have tonight, presentation by Michael Smith, the President and CEO of Center City Partners. And also we have Toby Holmes, who's the Interim Executive Director of University City Partners. And then lastly, we'll round out the action review with an update from 7th and North Tryon. And Assistant City Manager Tracy Dodson will provide that. So Mayor Pro Tem, unless there are any questions, I could turn this over to Michael.
Welcome, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. It's great to be back. All right, so it's my pleasure to share with you some really great results that we've achieved through this public-private partnership, really working together to build one of the world's great cities. And there's some great thriving that we've done. So on the next slide, our organization is structured as a 501c4. We envision and activate strategies and actions that try to create a center city that is welcoming and equitable, economically vibrant, culturally rich, and a beloved place for all. We lead with research and urban design, economic and community development, marketing, communications, programming and events, and more. We operate Charlotte Joyrides. That's that mission-based bike share program. We incubated and operate the 7th Street Public Market, great 3rd place and small business incubator. And also our ambassador program, which employs and deploys uniformed ambassadors to be a force multiplier for CMPD and a first responder for those in crisis on the street, and hospitality, of course. We partner with the city on so many of our things in our program of work, from major destination events like Charlotte Shout and the Novant Health Thanksgiving Parade, to the Small Business Innovation Fund, to the 2025 Homelessness Strategy, just to name a few. Our work is value-based. We're committed to, if you can get to the next slide, thank you, is value-based. We are committed to equitable economic development and community development, and we recognize that there's much work to be done, but we're proud of what we're accomplishing as we transform our organization, our work, and the outcomes that we seek to achieve. We operate in defined service areas, MSDs 1 through 4. MSD 1 is the entire uptown footprint. MSD 2 is the secondary business districts. MSD 3 is the primary business districts. And then MSD 4 is the south end, which The work in Midtown includes CPCC. Our board of directors, that's the group that governs our work, and they provide incredible leadership for us. We're proud of who this group is, and we're proud that it includes Councilman Graham, Manager Jones, and Assistant City Manager Tracy Dotson. We work to engage our stakeholders to inform our work. There's a lot that's listed here. I'll just grab a few highlights. One of the greater tools we have is our work on creating our 10 and 20-year vision plans. Having just done that, it informs so much of our work, and thanks for the partnership on that. We also have neighborhood directors who attend neighborhood association general meetings and their board meetings, so we're constantly trying to bring information in. We do survey work. It's a lot of listening, and that informs the beginning of our process to create our program of work and then a budget that allows us to achieve that. So next slide. It's great to watch this springtime renewal of our urban core as people come and rediscover a place they loved so much. What an incredibly diverse crowd we enjoyed, with 1.8 million people coming to Charlotte Shout last month. We're so encouraged also by Charlotte's strong recovery of our return to office relative to our peer markets. We've been able to get some great data from card swipes, and we're more than 50%, where a lot of the top 10 markets are still in the 30%. Our team has been very focused on supporting those return to uptown, particularly using partnerships with public safety and programming and marketing. And we're working very closely with each major employer as they create their plans for return to office. And CMPD's been a great partner. Your special services have been great partners. So I feel like we're really doing it right. Let me remind you quickly about the strong foundation we enjoy in our center city as our central business district. 120,000 jobs, and this is just in the district. So this is not all of Center City like what would be considered for the 2040 plan. This is Uptown, part of Midtown, and South End. 120,000 jobs, 34,000 residents, 6,500 hotel rooms, and more than 380 locally owned shops, and almost 1,500 minority-owned businesses. And as you look ahead, the pipeline is super strong. $4 billion worth of projects in queue, 5.5 million square feet of new office, 5,600 new apartments. That would be a 25% increase. Almost 440,000 square feet of new retail and 750 hotel rooms. The space that's being created, combined with Charlotte's incredible talent, really creates our recipe for job growth. And despite challenging macroeconomic headwinds and 2 unprecedented years, we've created the foundation to have another great decade of Center City growth. So our team remains committed to job growth through economic development, and we enjoy incredible partnerships with your team in economic development. They are best in class, so we love that partnership and the results they continue to drive. Jobs are foundational to great downtowns, and jobs are enabled through growing office space and our ability to recruit talent. And as the Center City subject matter experts, we love being able to partner with the economic development team here at the city and with the county, the state, and the Alliance, as well as private partners in the brokerage community to retain and grow businesses in the urban core. We lead with research and data and public policy and deploying our team's strengths in marketing communication to create that cohesive Center City story and really be able to support the regional economic development narrative. We continue to implement strategies to foster street-level retail and small business incubation through our food truck and street vendors programs and the market at 7th Street, which has become a great driver of business incubation. Those are businesses that are non-credit tenants and would not be able to qualify for space, but the private sector support that's been there. Finally, the Small Business Innovation Fund has provided $4.6 million in grants to over 116 small businesses, with the 5th round of granting opening soon to help small businesses thrive. We're thrilled to take that next step. Thank you, City, for the partnership. To date, 93% of those funds have gone to minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses, way beyond what we thought we'd be able to achieve. We're grateful for your support and leadership on the 2040 Center City Vision Plan, co-developed by Mecklenburg County, the city with the planning department, and us. 200 recommendations, 10 focus areas that will shape our work publicly and privately over the next couple decades. In addition, our team continues to work on the implementation of the South End and North Tryon Vision plans. Our team's in regular conversation with the private sector and with the planning department to bring those plans to life. We also enjoy such an incredible partnership with the city when it comes to mobility. That's one of the key highlights of this plan. With the kind of growth we're enjoying, your focus and your vision there is essential. It's the way that we're going to differentiate ourselves. We're working closely with John Lewis and the CATS team to achieve that 2030 transit plan. We enjoy serving with CATS and your economic development team on the work with the Gateway Station, our Union Station. From a community development standpoint, great urban centers express themselves through neighborhoods, and we're fortunate to have incredible, vibrant neighborhoods throughout our center city, uptown and all the adjacent neighborhoods. We're fully committed to a center city that is inclusive and affordable. You can see that commitment reflected in our program of work and in the intentionality in the 2040 plan. Our community development team is working closely with the Uptown and South End communities. We enjoy championing placemaking projects like the rail trail. We're often in partnership with many of your divisions to get this work done. And finally, our Center City ambassadors that are playing a key role in partnering with homeless service agencies and CMPD. Public safety is key as we're bringing people with return to office. It's been great concern, but this partnership is so strong. We're delighted with our new Central Division Captain, Brett Balamucky. He is just bringing creativity and great problem solving. Our major constituents are thrilled to be working with him and his great team. We know that real and perceived public safety of our constituents is foundational to having a great neighborhood destination and central business district. Our approach has been layered, excellent leadership and service from CMPD, number one, strong investment and leadership from our major employers and property owners with their in-house and private security. Number three, investment and partnership through Center City Partners Convening Advocacy Communications, our ambassador program. And lastly, the leadership that you guys continue to provide, so thank you so much. We've also convened public, private, and nonprofit sectors around the 2025 homelessness strategy. Thank you for the city's important work in this and partnership. We look forward to next steps there. Next slide for me, Maura. And from a marketing communications standpoint, we continue to increase our investments and focus on marketing communications, owning the master narrative for the Center City and trying to find new ways to impact and to own and to help warm up the Center City as a beloved place. We know the difference that's going to make. From a programming and event standpoint, we are the regional hub for hospitality. That's been such an important driver in the recovery from the pandemic. Hospitality has led the way. Our programming and events highlighted the city's arts and culture, including major events such as Charlotte Shout. Thanks again to the CRVA and to the city for your investment and partnership. CLT New Year's Eve, and of course our Thanksgiving Eve parade. Throughout the year, we're working closely with the CRVA on many destination events like the President's Cup that we look forward to this fall. Lastly, you guys asked for a snapshot of our 22 and 23 budgets, which you have seen prior. This is a graphic representation and represents the three organizations that make up our work: Center City Partners, which you're hearing about today, Center City Partners Community Trust, which we do a lot of our work through, which is structured as a C3, and then the public market, the market at 7th Street. This represents all three organizations on a combined basis. And you see here 22, and the next slide more is 23. And I'm glad to answer any questions. And I know that's in fast action, but I know that normally it's the 10 minutes of Q&A that drives a lot of our discussion.
Thank you, Michael. Do we have any questions from council members? Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. First, I want to thank you, Mike, for your leadership at Center City Partners, as well as the work that the organization did for the Home for All, which is the homeless initiative that you guys led and now has transferred over to the United Way. A lot of work has been done. A lot of work certainly has to go further, but certainly want to thank you and your staff for providing the leadership for that. Also, I'm very interested in the North Tryon Planning District, and I look forward to being a lot more involved with that. One thing that you didn't mention, well, you mentioned slightly when you talked about retail shopping, and if I get any questions from constituents, visitors, is about uptown shopping or the lack thereof. Can you kind of update us on if you're hearing anything? Certainly, we've got a lot more rooftops in uptown, adjoining South End. Any major shopping news, or you can kind of help us understand where that's headed?
Sure.
If it's headed anywhere at all?
Sure. Councilman, thanks for your leadership in our efforts around homelessness. We're grateful to have you on that advisory committee. We see the absolute value and need for us to continue to invest and recruit to create a more complete shopping environment. A lot of the retail that we enjoy right now is complementary to what we have, but we would like to have more destination. It's been wonderful to watch our South End bloom and move from that neighborhood retail to true regional destination center. There's some projects that are being contemplated right now that I'd be glad to discuss with you offline that make moves in that direction. It comes down to creating the space for it, is what I always hear from retailers. And that's part of the advantage we had in South End, is we had a little bit of a blank slate. We had a couple of great REITs in Asana Partners and also in Edens that made big moves, big investments, and really were able to create an environment where retail's been able to thrive.
Again, thank you for your leadership and the work that you and your staff has done. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, thank you for your leadership. That was a great presentation. I just had a couple of questions. How many jobs did you say were in the region? Did you say 20,000 or 120,000?
It's 100 and, make sure I get it right. 120? Yeah, and that 120, it's roughly 100,000 in Uptown. It's about 18,000, 17,000 in South End, and 2,000 to 3,000 in Midtown.
Okay, thank you. And then can you just give me a little more information on the 7th Street market? You mentioned non-credit tenants and businesses that might not otherwise be able to rent other places. Can you just give me some information about that?
Sure. We love the 7th Street public market. We just hired a great new executive director who, James Bell, who was the former head of food service for the Naval Academy, and moved to Charlotte. We're just beginning our second decade for the market. It was something we incubated in that space. It's the space at 7th, right at the station at the Blue Line. And it's at the bottom of that parking deck, and it used to be Reed's Grocery Store. And when Reed's moved out, we partnered with Bank of America and began to incubate. What if we could put something here that helped create place in that area that at the time needed kind of an outpost and a third place? And we're really proud of the many businesses that have been started there. and a few of which have now created, 5 up to 15 other locations throughout Charlotte.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the 7th Street Market. The popcorn over there is great. But do they get discounted leases or discounted rates? Is that how that works?
Yeah, so we're up, as opposed to other food halls, this is a mission-based, not-for-profit. And so we're really fortunate to have incredible support from our many corporate players, our lead sponsors being Blue Cross Blue Shield and Atrium. And we have other corporate help as well. And that help then allows us to be able to incubate these businesses where they move from paying below market and no need to qualify because it's difficult. You have to have really good credit credentials to be able to get normal retail space in the market.
We need so much more of that in the city, especially with prices being so expensive. And then last, I was looking at the budget. How much of that budget is funded by the city? Like, what, can you give me that information?
Yeah, so of those 3 entities combined, it's about 2/3.
2/3, okay,
Probably
Thank
a
you.
little bit less than that.
okay. Thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
for the work that you do.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmera?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Great presentation, Michael. Thank you. And I appreciate the innovation grants. In fact, the picture that you had up there of the food truck, and I know one of the vendors had reached out to me and they were struggling to survive during the pandemic, especially when a lot of festivals had shut down, and I had asked her to apply for that, and it looks like she did get the grant. But she had great things to say about how that kept her going. And so I appreciate the work that you had done throughout the pandemic to support our small businesses. The 2 questions I have, one, I have seen from the news where we have a couple of organizations or companies that have moved to South End. What does that mean for our uptown Center City and the growth?
So thank you for that question, because I think this is one of those that I have zero concern about businesses moving to a part of uptown that is enjoying most of its growth. What we have found throughout many decades of urban development in Charlotte is the center for development has moved around, kind of that center of gravity. So in the 90s and the aughts, it was really around Trade and Tryon. As you moved later into the aughts, it moved to North Tryon. In the teens, it moved to South Tryon. So now in the 20s, the newer product is being created just across 277. And the outcome of that is it's expanding our central business district. And we're not talking about a disparate area. These are walking distance. It's moving from the hot spot being South Tryon to now extending 4 and 5 and 6 blocks into South End. It is good for our market because we're able to then have more product and be able to compete with other cities where these jobs could also go.
So you have continued confidence in continued growth of our uptown?
I have absolute confidence in the continued growth of our uptown. I understand why that could appear to be a threat in the way it's been reported. It'll be interesting to see where market forces think the next center of gravity is going to be.
Right. I know in your presentation you updated us on public safety. What is the private sector's feedback on our public safety initiatives so far?
So we were getting a lot of feedback from major employers of the concerns of employees about return to work and an environment that did not have, this was months ago before so many of the companies have brought so many employees back. So there was perceived and real public safety concerns that we needed to address. And we did a number of things. On the private side, we began to reconvene the Center City Public Safety Council, which is all of our major employers and property owners and their private sector security groups with CMPD and with our major event producers, which could be the CRVA with conventions coming to town, things coming to Spectrum Center or to Bank of America Stadium, and we were able to then share and respond to concern. That's been really helpful. We also have had some private groups. There's another group of BOMA, kind of the Building Managers Association, that wants to be able to talk to this. But Captain Balamucky has been a great partner. He's brought creativity, and we're seeing real results that we think are making a difference.
That's great. And my last question is, are you at all involved in epicenter conversations in the development of that site or redevelopment of that site?
We are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmira. Mr. Winston, and then Mr. Bakari.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for always being responsive. Charlotte Center City Partners and you specifically are one of those folks that I don't think people necessarily realize when certain things need to get done or our questions need to be answered. I can speak for myself. You and the partners are somebody that I rely on. So thank you for the service that you do provide. I don't think everybody always realizes it. A couple questions. How many people are on staff for Charlotte Center City Partners?
There are 25 people on the staff at Center City Partners, but then through private money, there's a number that are employed at Charlotte Joyrides, and then there's a number that are employed at the public market. Those are separate corporations. So there's 25 at Center City Partners.
Okay, cool. Is any of Charlotte Center City Partners' revenue derived from parking revenues?
No.
No.
Zero.
Zero. Okay. You spoke of market sentiment, and later on we're going to discuss and vote on development in and around the Spectrum Center. What can you kind of tell us about market sentiment for this uptown spaces around Spectrum Center, particularly around Brevard Street? I know we have ideas around a certain type of walkable district. And I know I always get questions about what's happening around First Ward because development has not occurred there like it has in different wards of uptown. What kind of insight could you give us here about the sentiment for future development around there? Where is it? Is it around the corner? Is it down the horizon?
So we think that as those centers of gravity for new development move, that North Tryon and East Trade, the kind of first and second wards, so as you come down Trade Street, are going to be really interesting opportunities to complement the introduction of streetcar, moving towards the eventual creation of the medical school and innovation campus over off the corner of the second ward. We think there's some really interesting things in this proposal because of the way it complements some of the recommendations in the 2040 vision plan, particularly two of the focus areas, one being East Trade Government District, further integration of private sector investment, and also Brevard Street, and how do we activate Brevard Street in a way that celebrates the history of the Brooklyn neighborhood and brings more street level activation. We think there's a lot in this recommendation that can move us in that direction.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bakari.
Thank you. I mimic everyone else's sentiments, and especially given that we've spent in South Park the last, better part of a year as a startup MSD mindset, being able to look at you and the Center City Partners organization as what a mature organization can look like, certainly very helpful for us, and thank you for the guidance along the way. Distilling what's in these, 15, 20-year out plans, and you answered kind of half my question of the South End phenomenon of, that's where the new inventory is being built. I think that makes a ton of sense. I think there's still a lot of us that are really concerned for Uptown. And I think, as someone who's been here 20 years, Uptown has changed several times in that period. It was the place where we kind of went and then there wasn't anything to do, to the epicenter, and it was what South End, and a lot of people feel like that's what, South End is now to them, to now back to a question mark. And I guess if you were to distill all that into the elevator pitch of this is what Uptown's going to look like in 10 years, and this is the pain that we're going to maybe have to go through for a while, and here's what you could be doing along that path to make a 10-year journey, make it 10 years instead of a 25-year journey. What would those sentiments be?
You just requested a doctoral thesis.
Let's
so
go.
Thank you very much. So there's a great quote in a book that I read recently about the evolution of Paris in early 1800s. And it's the fact that cities are in a constant state of becoming, an indeterminate state of becoming. So this work is never done. And there is going to be ebbs and flows, and we're seeing ebbs and flows right now. And I've never seen a force more disruptive to urban than a pandemic and the loss of employees. And so one of the things we learned is that our Uptown is too dependent on one of the many things that make a great place, and that's employment. So over time, we are going to want to densify residential. We are going to want to respond with more retail to that question from Councilman Graham. We have incredible pieces. I mean, my peers that work in other cities across America would do anything to have so many of their cultural assets, their professional sports, their transit center, and the concentration of employment so that all those things work better. We're maturing. And there's so much more land to work with in that densification. There are still so many surface lots. There are still great concentrations of land holdings, like what Levine Properties has, the stuff that the county has. There's great pockets for opportunities for us to continue to be. The good news is we're a super attractive place for institutional money and for job growth. Those two together allow us to continue to create more inventory, and we keep having talent moving here. But we're going to have to continue to watch the things that are a threat to Uptown. One day there'll be threats to South End. It is that constant, never changing, and that's why our work is always relevant.
One of those great threats is, and I mean, I consistently hear this, I know you guys have been working hard on it, but is ultimately the homeless situation still. And, I would hope that we're ultimately tracking towards a plan that gets to the root of what needs to be solved there, which in a lot of cases is mental health, in some cases is services, is temporary to full-time housing and things of that nature. But do you feel with the plan you guys have crafted, given that is is an existential threat to a lot of the business development activities, to the things that are happening up there, that you guys will have that solved in the amount of time necessary?
So I don't think that homelessness is ever solved. I think we have to create a comprehensive and evergreen approach that we constantly study and return to and try to figure out how do we do it better. Because so much homelessness is, as you just pointed out, it's a result of failures in people's lives. I mean, or in systems. And I think there are so many big ideas in that strategic plan. I love the commitment that the city has made to some of the housing instability piece of it. I love what the county has done with this commitment to fund for 5 years, standing up kind of a quarterback organization to move this plan forward. We've got the pieces, but no, there's still so much work. We have to take it from strategic plan to implementation plan. And what that means is we have to define the sources and uses. We have to define the tactics. We have to define the measurements. And what I don't want to do is, we did some work around homelessness 10 years ago, and we thought we moved from episodic to something that was comprehensive, but it turned out that, we were only looking at through a pretty tight aperture. This one looks wider, but that makes it harder and heavier.
It's helpful. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, Mr. Bakari brought up my points with regards to some of the homelessness and loitering that's going on in some of the doorsteps in uptown businesses. But what I wanted to find out is the role of the ambassador program. Is that a day-facing program, or what are the hours of those volunteers that participate in the ambassador program?
So the ambassador program is all staff, all paid employees with health benefits through a third party called Block by Block. They're the largest provider of these services across the U.S. We had a competitive process to select them. We feel really good about the partnership and the way they continue to train folks and continue to bring folks in. Last year, there were 23,000 hours of service. It's everything from hospitality assists to business contacts to safety escorts is the work that they do. The hours that they operate vary from during the week to weekends. They do not go super late into the night. I think the latest they go is 10? Yeah, 10 o'clock. But I'm glad to get you the exact hours, Councilman.
No problem. I think that satisfies my inquiry. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Driggs?
Thank you. Good evening, Michael. Appreciate the work you do. You're a great spokesman for Charlotte, and I think we have lots of reasons to be excited about our outlook and our future. One of the things that we deal with frequently is complaints about street racing, disorderly conduct, and all the rest of it is hard to enjoy if you've got this context of either noise or feeling threatened. And I'm not even necessarily talking about violent crime. It really is more about disorderly conduct. The police arrest people and they're right back out again. I just wonder if you've studied these issues at all, and if you have any advice for us on how to maintain order in Uptown.
So we have heard these complaints as well, as I know all of you do. We've been really pleased with the approach that our current central division has been taking, that has been more assertive with operations to go out and understand, to address the street racing, which is citywide. It's not Center City alone. But there's been great sting operations there, a couple that I know of that were very productive. Some of the other, disorderly conduct things, they also were aggressive with that and were able to apprehend some folks. And these were young adults, some children, and bringing them home to their families and, having conversations with parents about the kind of behavior that was going on. And we hope it's effective. We've noticed an improvement. I think it was hard. I think during the time period of so much remote work, there was just less people in Uptown, and there was more grace provided for all kinds of other uses for Center City streets. But now we got to share the streets again. We've got to find a way to be able to coexist, to honor some social contracts. And
Yeah, the irony is the best antidote to speeding is traffic. Thank you, Michael.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have two quick questions because my comments were already addressed with regards to safety and speeding in Uptown and people returning. So the bridge, when do you anticipate the pedestrian bridge will be built?
So this project is being managed by the city of Charlotte, by your engineering group.
Oh,
And it is 95% designed or approaching that right now. Then you've got bids. I think we're about 2 years out, would be my estimate.
okay.
They have been great partners. This is a difficult assignment because the commitment we made to all of you is that this would be iconic. And that it would be this incredible place that people wanted to see and also see from. It's been a great design team, and we continue to fight the good fight.
Is it still anticipated to look like the pictures?
Yes, the design that you saw last is still the current design.
Great.
And there's been, again, great creativity by the design team and great work by Jennifer Smith and her team.
Great, thank you. And then my other, it's just a comment, not a question, but thank you for your support of Camden Commons, of closing Camden on select Saturdays. And it's been really fun. I've been to a couple of them, and it's just amazing how crowded it is. It just shows that there's really a demand for that. I hope that along with CDOT, we can get to a point where that could be a regular occurrence, that we close that street on Saturdays and activate it like it has been, because it's been, I think people have really enjoyed it. So thank you for that.
Thanks for your idea and your advocacy for it. We've been
That was
thrilled
not
by
a
the
setup for
response.
that. You guys had to do it, so I do appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Gladly.
If we have no further questions, we'll move on to our next item, Mr. Manager.
So thank you, Michael. Great as always. So now we will have Toby Holmes, who will come up and give us an update from University City Partners.
That was an excellent presentation, Michael. We do appreciate your work in Center City. I also have no doubt that Center City's resilience will allow it to continue to be the center of gravity for this community. It is absolutely a fantastic recruitment tool, and as you spoke about the public market, I thought to myself, wow, that was right around the time that I showed up, I think. And from that point, Center City has just continued to grow, and public market and park, and asset after asset, and I think those are the things that make cities so great and create this Charlotte that we all know that will be resilient so far into the future. So excellent work. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Toby Holmes, and I'm the Interim Executive Director at University City Partners. We're located about 6 miles north of here, just at the foot of our local research university, UNC Charlotte. We do much of the same work that Center City does in subject matter, but of course, we do it in different lanes. Of course, that includes community development, economic development, planning, marketing through events and targeted investments. And I look forward to updating you on those things tonight. This image shows our location here in Charlotte, just less than a mile from Cabarrus County. We're the #2 employment center in the city, according to the census. We also have the 4th busiest light rail station, and that includes the CTC and some of our kind of massive commuter stations to the south. Did I mention we have the 2nd largest university in the state of North Carolina, which is our local research university? They are currently graduating more engineers than anybody else in the state of North Carolina. We're also adding 1,700 better units annually to our market in this 7.5 square mile area. And over the years, that number has ticked around between 300 and 500 for maybe more, it's more than a decade. And now we're delivering 1,700 units every year, beginning 2 years ago and looking forward at least 5 years, which is the point at which I simply stopped looking because it's so hard to predict. What I'm describing is a regional center in Mecklenburg County, the Northeast Mecklenburg Regional Center, just across the border from Cabarrus County, just across the border from where the Smiths own a couple thousand acres of land and look forward to an entertainment district in the future. I want to make that point because I feel the University City is positioned right now to do one of two things, and that is to let tax revenue go across our borders or to keep it inside and bring additional surplus in. That, for me, is the long game of our work, is to make sure that we are an asset to the city and that we are delivering and punching harder than our weight. This is the budget of our organization last year. Outside of our personnel and operations quarters, we operate in just a few lanes for the most part. That is programs and projects, clean and safe, and events. We also do a significant amount of communications to help people understand the value that University City brings to our community. Our 23 budget is not significantly different, but for a small increase in revenue. Moving beyond that, about 78% of our revenue comes directly from the MSD property taxes that are collected on our behalf. We have a very small amount of contributions and also have a foundation which has been very successful over the past 2 years. Out of our discretionary budget, we have a great commitment to WMSBEs, and we feel like that is part of our foundation, it's part of who we are, and it's part of walking the walk without talking about it at all, for the most part, except for days like today when we get the chance to toot our own horn for a minute. I wanted to mention that we're doing really great in a couple of lanes there, particularly with investing in our community. And then also, not just our community, University City, but the community around us. We recently received an ARPA grant just short of $1 million, and that's going to be aimed at building social capital, community health, and community social capital in neighborhoods just to our south. That work is just starting. We're putting the bones in place to implement this project with 4 partners, but I think it's important to mention this, that not only are we looking to influence the success of our MSD and our community and our constituents, but also looking outside of our own MSD to make sure that we're affecting change in a positive way elsewhere. Through our work, we do, as I mentioned, planning and development. This year, we funded and completed our own vision for University City, which focuses in 4 different areas, and that is building character and culture, improving our greenway that runs east-west across University City, connecting that second largest employment center hub at the Research Park to UNC Charlotte. We also have a focus on building 21st century mobility. As you know, we have got a lot of state roads in University City, which is fantastic if you want to move talent in and out of your market faster than almost anywhere else in town, but it does bring its challenges, and those are challenges that we look forward to tackling in the coming years. Finally, we are looking to build an urban spine and activating the rail stations that run north-south through University City, and then creating our own core, our own density around our 15-acre lake so that we are an asset to the city and that we are the force of gravity for Northeast Charlotte. And of course, Center City is the force of gravity for Mecklenburg County and beyond. It is a place at the center of our region. But for the most part, for so many, on a Wednesday night or a lazy weekend, you don't travel to Center City to do things. You want to stay near your own community. You know, big events, football games, basketball, baseball, it is absolutely critical to have that. But on the day-to-day, we want to make sure that our residents and our companies can send or have a place where their employees can go after work and relax, enjoy themselves, go for a walk on a Sunday around that lake, and have a reason to stay in Charlotte and to stay in our community. To that end, we worked very hard on another project this year, and that was creating an urban trail in University City. The concept on this was that Tryon Street with the train and a fairly significant amount of cars every day, it's not the most walkable place in our community. So to that end, we developed a north-south running corridor that parallels light rail, connects to all the stations. It is so much more delightful to walk along that. With our urban design center here in Charlotte, which has got just a juggernaut who runs it. I can't say enough about her. Her team helped us develop this plan, or took our work and enhanced it like she has yours truly. We've also partnered with the private sector on work, and that was in conjunction with UNC Charlotte. We developed a more granular plan for the McCullough Station, and while it's not adopted and we haven't shown this off to so many, the work that UNC Charlotte did with us and TAPCO Properties is so critical. It's just to think book. It helps you think about how that area will transform, how those big parcels will change in the future, and how we can keep working to meet our TOD future. We've also done some work this year to build on our previous work. You know, as Michael said, cities are dynamic. They're ever changing. And our work aims to make sure that we understand what's in front of us. And as things evolve with the plan we did back in 19, the J.W. Clay Station Area Plan, we took a second pass at that this year to test the capacity there. We wanted to make sure that it can do what we think it can do. And to our estimation, we can add approximately 6 million square feet in that pocket, which is fairly significant for a light rail station. And my guess is that South End is tipping that direction right around now. So it can happen pretty fast, it seems. Also in our work in planning and development is, of course, code enforcement. We spend a significant amount of effort during doing code enforcement. I've got to say, for anybody watching who does not have the app, Charlotte Plus, please get that. Report codes, code enforcement issues. It is one of the best tools this city offers. This year alone, my office has reported over 300 code violations. We have some tall weeds and grass. Most of our problem is shopping carts, as you see here. We've reported well over 150 shopping carts who are abandoned. They all appear to be from a couple places. This is something we've got to start to wrap our arms around. And we need your help because we're extending our staff and financial resources to tackle that problem, and we just can't tackle it ourselves. We also take on programming and events, and that is to give our community that place to live and grow and enjoy with their families. Of course, that includes Kids Fest in the springtime, Wine Fest in the fall, and this year we launched a new event, which was a golf tournament at Topgolf. These events combined this year raised about $15,000 for the Charlotte Mecklenburg Library System and the Keith YMCA. And we are so proud to have those partners in our community that we feel it necessary to give back whenever we can. We also do some work in community development. I mentioned the ARPA grant we recently received through the U City Family Zone and the University City Foundation. Last year, we also launched a farmers market, which I'm so thrilled to say has found its legs. We're growing a little bit now and are excited to be able to offer an opportunity for those small businesses to both sell their wares and also to give people a place to go on Sunday morning or Saturday morning. The farmers market, now that it's got its legs under it really well, we're focused very much on expanding our SNAP offerings there and helping especially UNC Charlotte and the underserved students there understand that they can bring that SNAP card to our farmers market and buy the groceries for the week. We do a little work around the edges of economic development. It is not generally in the large business recruitment space, but we do like to make sure our community knows what's happening economics-wise. That's why we put out the 2021 University City Housing Report, which tracked the institutional purchases being made in the communities around us, in addition to the normal things that we would track in terms of unit rent growth, et cetera. We also did some work around understanding our commercial retail space in University City, and have worked extensively with small businesses to improve their position in University City and help them understand that we are there to help them grow and remain in University City. I'd like to speak for a couple of seconds about areas of opportunity, and I might have mentioned this one already a couple of times. UNC Charlotte is such a powerhouse for our city. It is absolutely one of the biggest talent generators for us. The engineering space alone, I believe, is just the metric of the year. Right now, there are, I believe, there are about 80 living alumni in the Charlotte area and 120 across the U.S. and beyond. This is an area I think that we can work together in, because what we need to do is attract the best talent to this university, both in students, administrators, faculty, and to do that, we have to make sure the edges are almost invisible. Another area of opportunity for us is the Strategic Mobility Plan, which I get to talk about again here very shortly. Our community understands this work. We appreciate it. We support it. We're excited about it. However, I'd be remiss to not say that we struggle to understand the timeline for implementing some of our projects and hope that we can, although staff's hands are tied in so many lanes in this work, find a way to move these forward so that we can fulfill those promises that were made beginning in 2011 as the NECE projects began to be thought of and designed. And of course, we have this other issue, which I think is shared around Charlotte, and I can't tell you how often I drive around University City and I see my issue there and I get frustrated, but it has become pervasive. It's just my blinders that are on and during my 8 hours a day. It's become pervasive across Charlotte. We would love to help find a way for community outreach, education, to understand how to make sure our community stays crystal clean and we can get better ahead of this issue as it's happening to us. So with that said, I did want to keep that fairly brief as well so that we can have a discussion. And to that end, I'm glad to entertain any questions or comments you have.
Thank you, Toby. We have a question first from Ms. Ajmera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Toby, thank you so much. Great presentation. You mentioned during the mobility report presentation slide, you mentioned about struggle to understand the timeline for some projects. Would you please elaborate on what those projects are?
Sure. It's the NECE program was a capital projects, or a set of capital projects that were designed to, or conceived to deliver with light rail in 2018. I believe the bonds for those started in 2014 and have been every 2 years since then. We have had a couple of projects, particularly the McCullough Streetscape, the JW Clay Streetscape, in addition, our Complete Streets project, among a few others, which continue to be pushed out by way of utility relocation. I am not naive to the utility relocation issue. However, given the opportunity, I cannot let that issue pass without mentioning it. And my main concern is that when things like the excellent body of work is coming forward in the Strategic Mobility Plan, when they meet the public eye or the public opinion, that it's received in the footing it should have, and not based on projects that, to the untrained eye, appear to be languishing.
I know Toby brought up a specific project, and that's a city project, right?
That is, yes.
Yeah, and so we need to get an update on some of the projects that he's highlighting and why there is so much delay. And we're moving away from the commitment that was provided to the university city partners. So I think that's something, Mr. Jones, if you could provide us in a follow-up report on some of the projects that he's mentioning. Also, I know that, could you provide an update on the green space? I know when Darlene was an executive director, she spoke with passion when it came to green space, open space, and the lack thereof, especially in the university area. And I know that you were all creating a plan to increase that space for families to gather. Could you just tell us a little bit about what that looks like, and has anything changed after her her departure?
Sure, we've had some success in partnering with the Parks and Recreation Department to understand the issue at hand, and they have reciprocated in identifying parcels throughout University City, 2 of which they have acquired to date. Now, both of these parcels are on existing or future greenways, so where most of our effort was to build urban parks, or at least an urban park at a light rail station, I've got to say that I am just thrilled with the county's work, their thoughtfulness, and some additional work that we have together in improving the Mallard Creek Church Greenway and creating a linear park across University City.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston.
Thank you. Thank you, Toby. Most of the problems we hear about in one part of town tend to be fairly universal. I'll admit I'm not really fully up to speed on what the problem is with shopping carts in Northeast Charlotte. The picture that you showed with like 150 shopping carts, give me some context on that.
Sure. We have a business owner who has received so many code violations on his own property for having a shopping cart stuck there. It's very close to a bus stop. I'm slightly relentless. I call Steve. I tell Steve that I've called a shopping cart in from his business, just to let him know. The issue is that the shopping cart is tied to where it ends up and not to where it originated from. So business owners across University City, and my guess is across Charlotte, after I talked to code enforcement this afternoon on the topic, it's simply frustrating for property owners to continually get code violations about something they cannot control.
But who's taking these shopping carts? I mean, is it folks experiencing homelessness that are using the shopping carts? Is it?
I think it's divided. It's a convenience matter for some, simply taking the cart to a transportation station, and the other piece is connected to homelessness.
And have you talked to the stores about the ones that, once they get a certain radius away from the store, have a wheel lock?
Yes, that was the first conversation. And the way that I usually couch that is that it's really hard to leave there with a fishing rod that won't fit in a bag because they'll check your receipt. But they're not protecting the shopping carts for leaving the property, which seems like protecting one thing and not another, which both obviously, without the purchase, is theft. the same time, though, the purchase across the register as opposed to leaving the parking lot are seen different ways, it seems. I've got to mention, there is a solution, or at least a potential solution. Savannah has an ordinance which has been effective, and what it does is it ties the cart to the point of origination as opposed to the property owner where it ends up.
And basically says it's up to the store, it's up to Walmart or Lowe's or Harris Teeter to figure out a system by which they're not losing the carts.
That is correct. And if you have noticed, you'll never see an Aldi cart because they've figured it out.
It begs the question. Are you going to tell us what they figured out?
Sure, if you put a quarter in, and it releases the card, and you get your quarter back, you return the card. It's funny, the solutions are just that simple.
Ms. Ajmira had a question regarding shopping carts, and then we'll go to Mr. Winston.
You know, when it comes to shopping cart, from what you are telling me is that some people use it to get closer to the transit center. And when we first immigrated here, we didn't have a car. We did not own a car for many years. We couldn't afford it. We used shopping cart because when we buy groceries, we had to, there was just my mom and dad, and they would use a shopping cart to get to the bus stop. And then one person will stay there and go back. So I see that as some people use that because it's out of necessity, it's out of need. So I don't recommend us being in the business of telling business owners that, hey, you know, put a wheel lock or something, because some people absolutely need the shopping cart to get to the bus stop, and then they bring it back. And I have seen that. Our family have done that. I've seen a lot of people who ride public transit actually do that. So I just wanted to provide feedback because we have done that in the past, and because not everyone owns a car. Thank you.
That is correct. And in my community, we are blessed to have light rail stations that can help people connect to where they need to go. However, until our transportation system is built out to a more multimodal capacity, car ownership is almost required, obviously, correct? But my concern is the fact that my community is fraught with code enforcement issues to the extent that we are working to clean them up. And I would love to work on a solution that can help bridge the gap you're talking about, because I'm absolutely empathetic to the community that needs that to move to get their things to the transportation center. Obviously, it's easier than going there once a week. You're going to want to buy enough to not go back for quite some time. However, to the tune of 300 code violations annually just for my desk, I think that we would like to find a solution.
Thank you. We've got two more questions, and then we'll have to decide, because we still have one more presentation, and we're supposed to start down in the chamber at 6:30. We may have to move our next presentation to the manager's report. Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll go to Mr. Winston.
No, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Ajmira, and Mr. Eggleston for asking those questions. That was my first question. One, I do think we should look at the loophole because it certainly seems like there is a business owner that is taking advantage of the system and putting the cost of running his business on other people in the community, and that is not fair. At the same time, we have to recognize that this is a symptom of suburban sprawl, right? When you have Mr. Holmes mentioned 1,700 units a year that are depending on this business owner, probably strongly on this business owner for food. The question begs: how do those folks get across multiple lanes of high-speed thoroughfares in a safe and effective manner. So as we consider these solutions, we have to have, if we want to continue to grow university in a way that is growing, which I certainly do, we have to certainly think of an equitable response. You made a point. You made a point to point out what is on the horizon happening in Cabarrus County, and we don't often get updates about what's happening in different parts of the state or our region, and I think that's to a fault. I think we talked about this in a couple of different capacities, that we have to take a more active regional approach to the way we on City Council do our work. But you can help us in this. Can you talk a little bit more about what is on the horizon, and how do you think Charlotte at large should be thinking about how we interact with the future growth that is happening over the line?
That's a great question, and I'm not sure I know the answer to that necessarily. Generally, in scenarios of interjurisdictional tax surplus or leakage, in my opinion, you want to be the side that has surplus. Now, how we make that happen, that is up to this council and the manager to think through a strategy, and potentially with us, with the university, to ensure that the single owner that exists across the border, while I know that has the wherewithal to build an amazing entertainment district, I also think that University City has something to offer as well, to the extent that we can create a surplus, bringing that group across the border. I think for me, my analysis, the writing's on the wall. I think the racing industry is in some level of decline, and that only leads me to think what the future might hold for an enormous amount of land holdings.
So you mentioned entertainment district, and that could pop up across the border. I've also heard mention of a university city entertainment district, kind of how we think about Topgolf, but I don't think everybody necessarily looks where the area where Topgolf is developed. I don't know if everybody is familiar with that term, entertainment district, being kind of put on that area. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I would love to. Of course, I think more than a decade ago, 2 car dealerships were zoned where now the University City Boulevard light rail station exists. I think through that entitlement process, there was some push and pull, but ultimately 2 car dealerships were entitled at that location. The owner, of course, has recognized the growth potential around the transit station, and in fact, there are 2 owners there who understand it very clearly. I like to say that every main street is built with the first building, and to that regard, Topgolf was the first building, and building out what the developer, understanding the value of transit, recognizes an opportunity for an entertainment district. So we have our first building built, and that is a great anchor for us. The developer also owns 2 additional buildings there, which he aims to use for adaptive reuse. And meanwhile, there are also additional plans for more multifamily office and hospitality in that area, which is the University City Boulevard station.
Okay, last question I have, and I do believe University City should be, we should think of it as one of, I hope it becomes one of those centers of gravity like Uptown. You see out in the distance of that picture, I imagine almost a twin city coming on out here as we kind of look to densify the type of development, especially around business, commercial, and residential. And I wonder what role, from an entertainment value perspective, university will play. I know that college sports, for instance, is in an interesting time that is becoming more professionalized. I wonder if University City partners and the university have kind of meshed minds about where the future of college sports is going, and the entertainment value and the business investment that it can mean for a city like ours.
That's such an interesting question, and we have worked together to the extent that we both recognize that, like so many of our alumni, University City and UNC Charlotte hasn't got that vibrant student Main Street that would return Charlotte's 80,000 alumni back to the doorstep of the university regularly. So to that end, we have identified a location for that potential student Main Street, not dissimilar from the entertainment district. The developer and owner of that property has slightly different plans, but I think through just the realization of the concept and understanding that the university is making huge strides in investing in collegiate sports and bringing people on campus and extending themselves outside of their own campus borders to some extent, that student Main Street concept is important. And it's important not just so that you can grab a slice of pizza after a game, but it's so that alumni have a place to come back and enjoy and remember, and that is the type of an investment that starts to create a donor base for a university because they're tied to it, and they're tied to that slice of pizza, and they're tied to the stadium across the street.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to give our last question to our University District Rep, Ms. Johnson, and then we'll go downstairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for the presentation, Toby. I just wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing. University City Partners, you're doing a great job over there. This brings to mind my first question. I noticed that 40% of the budget was personnel for University City Partners.
Approximately, yes.
You've been interim for about 8 months now?
I have, yes.
Yeah, are there any plans do you know what the plans are for the permanent executive director, or is there any process on that, or should I?
Unfortunately, the hiring committee was true to their word, and it'll be third quarter of 2023, or 2022. It seems like it'll be that long, but that was the first estimation that I received, and at every touch point, that's where we are.
Okay, so the interim director and through the, what quarter?
Third quarter of 2022, which I would like to assume is July the 1st, but I'll take the additional days if I have to.
Okay, and secondly, I know that you were advocating for this area to be a regional activity center because of the, yeah, and I was advocating with you, right? But do you know, and I might be able to get this information from Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, when we were looking at the place types, it was mentioned that this area, because of its unique being a campus and also such an economic driver, that there would be some consideration around the place type. Can we get an update on what that's going to look like in the future? Yeah. I think it was going to be campus, kind of a campus mix and regional activity center, but this area is one of the second largest job creators, and it's very unique. We have the train, we have the school, and it's a really thriving area. So I would like to see more priority around just a lot of issues. I noticed that the budget was $1 million versus, or a little over $1 million versus just a little over $6 million for Charlotte's Center Partners. I wanted to know the difference, I guess, in the parameter or the square footage, how many square miles, not square footage, but how many square miles it covers, just so we can see the difference on why the budget is so different. I'd like some information on that.
We can do that.
I can speak to that to some extent.
Okay.
And that we are a 7.5 square mile MSD, which is very large.
Okay.
The property value basis creates that differential. So while we're much larger, obviously Center City, the the breadth of commerce simply makes the real estate to a level that brings the additional property tax in.
Okay, and that's the policy, that's great. But if we can just take a look at that and see if there is a disparity or some room for improvement, because they do a great job. They're bringing a lot of development. District 4 is one of the fastest growing areas in the region. So if we can take a look at that budget and see if there is some room. And also, as far as the transportation in that area, Ms. Ajmir, you asked me about some of the you asked Toby about some of the projects. I think it was last week we had a presentation on the strategic mobility plan, and there was not, like District 4 wasn't one of the priorities. And that's what I was talking about. We need solutions. We do have the blue line over there. So if we could just have, I support you, right? I know that the needs of District 4. He also talked about litter. And I know part of your budget, you had a vendor to clean up some of the area. We talked about that. Mr. Phipps brought that up, Mr. Jones, in the budget. And we moved that discussion to, I don't know if it was to a committee or something, but it was not a part of the budget to take a look at the litter. Can we get a follow-up?
We can. We will give you a follow-up. A piece of it was Rodney and Solid Waste Services being down so many folks. And as we staff back up, we thought that we would be able to tackle this much better. But we'll give you a write-up on that
Okay.
also.
And we do have the challenge because we have so many state-owned roads like W.T. Harris and Mallard Creek. So we just really need some emphasis. I get emails daily about
Yes.
the litter in that area.
Rodney is our partner in this work. He is absolutely one of the most stand-up, hardest-working individuals in the city, as far as I know. He is on 24/7, 365, and I understand his staffing levels are down, and have spoken with him just this week, actually, about the possibility of expanding his abilities in the future.
Yeah,
We're
and
starting to work together.
CDOT's amazing. They're responsive.
Absolutely.
But it's not under their jurisdiction. And even, if we make a call, they'll go out and clean it up as a courtesy. But because they're state-owned roads, we need some attention in District 4 on that issue. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston swears it's a quick comment.
Well, I just want to make sure that I'm correct about this and that nobody thinks there's any favoritism, but the budgets of these two organizations are almost entirely predicated on the revenue from the tax, right? So
That is correct,
to
yes.
increase the budget of either of these organizations would require us to increase the tax. So it's not just an arbitrary decision that the council is making.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you. And with that, we'll meet everybody down at the dais in a few minutes. Let's start at the end with our Deputy City Attorney. We have to get our, oh, there's our audio. Okay, could we please have our council members online introduce themselves?
Oh, boy. Awesome. That's great.
Let's see, let's try that again. Mr. Winston, can you try to introduce yourself and see if you're unmuted or? Okay.
Maybe if you leaned in a little further. Lean in closer, Mr. Winston. There you go. A little closer.
Winston at large.
That's it. Hold on. Say it. I think it worked.
I think it actually worked.
Just open your window and yell real loud.
Oh, he's laughing. I'm hearing him.
Let's try Mr. Phipps.
I hear you clear.
I think we heard you, yeah. How about Mr. Phipps?
Greg Phipps at large.
Mr. Newton?
Good evening, Matt Newton, District 5.
Okay. And I think that's it. Yeah, Mr. Winston, you're going to just have to lean in. I think we could hear you once you did that. So with that, we will begin our meeting with an invocation, as we usually do, which is an expression or an inspiration, and it's followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation by our council member, which tonight is Mr. Bakari, is intended to solemnize our proceedings, and we celebrate the religious diversity of our community, including those without a religious faith. So, Mr. Bakari, would you go ahead and lead us with an invocation?
Sure, yes, thank you. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. And then I'd ask you all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Tonight we have two different proclamations that we're going to have read. So I'm going to start with our Juneteenth proclamation that will be read by Councilmember Malcolm Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The City of Charlotte proclamation, whereas on June 19th, 1865, nearly 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, Union soldiers led by General Gordon Garinger arrived in Galveston, Texas, bringing to some of the last enslaved Americans news of their legal status as free persons. And whereas the 19th of June has become nationally recognized as Juneteenth to commemorate the abolishment of slavery and honor the strength, determination, and triumphs of African Americans in the face of extreme oppression and hardship. And whereas on this anniversary each year, individuals, communities, and organizations across North Carolina and the nation celebrate African American heritage, culture, freedom, and tradition. And whereas Charlotteans of all colors, creeds, and origins share a love and respect for freedom. And whereas work is underway in Charlotte to eliminate the current effects of past and current racial discrimination within policing, housing, financial lending practices, job placement, and other sectors of society. And whereas the City of Charlotte encourages all people to observe Juneteenth as a day to reflect and learn from the past, a day of healing and renewal, a day to spur on efforts to build a brighter future. Now, therefore, I, Alexander Lyles, Mayor of the City of Charlotte, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth in Charlotte and commend its observance to all people. Signed by the Mayor of the City of Charlotte, Bob Lyles.
Thank you. And Mr. Eggleston will next read the LGBTQ Pride Month proclamation. Mr. Eggleston.
Thank you. Whereas the City of Charlotte is home to a vibrant and diverse community, among which are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer citizens and residents. And whereas Charlotte's LGBT community, their family, friends, neighbors, co-workers, have positively shaped the cultural, business, civic, faith, and social fabric of Charlotte throughout its history. And whereas the month of June is traditionally celebrated as LGBTQ Pride Month, commemorating the historic uprising of LGBTQ people of color, trans people, and young people at New York City's Stonewall Inn on June 28, 1969, which served as the catalyst for the resulting gay liberation movement and the June 28, 1970 Christopher Street Liberation Day March, from which all modern Pride events trace their origins. And whereas Charlotte's LGBTQ community first attempted to organize socially and politically as early as 1971, with its first Pride events finally held in 1981 and the ensuing decades inspiring the creation of Charlotte Pride in 2000 and Charlotte Black Pride in 2005. And whereas community members will join together throughout June and continuing in July with Charlotte Black Pride and in August with Charlotte Pride to celebrate the history, culture, community, and triumphs of LGBTQ people across our region. Now, therefore, Vi Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, does hereby proclaim June 2022 as LGBTQ Pride Month in Charlotte and commend its observation to all citizens. I believe we have some folks that are going to accept this one. Whoever would like to come down and do
Do we have a
so.
representative?
I don't know who all's coming down. I know we've got folks from the LGBTQ Chamber, from Charlotte Pride. Charlotte Black Pride representative as well. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Y'all like to stand and be recognized?
Thank you. Happy Pride and happy Juneteenth. I hope everybody will have an opportunity to participate in some of the different activities going on around town for both celebrations, and do it and be very mindful of the heat outside. And I also ask you to please check in on your neighbors who might not have air conditioning, especially the elderly. Just be careful in this tremendous heat that we have this week. Thank you. With that, we'll move right on to our public hearings. Tonight we have a number of public hearings. Two of them have speakers signed up. The first one is, actually, I'm sorry, public comments is the first one on the Strategic Mobility Plan. And we have a number of speakers that are going to speak on that. I will read off the first couple speakers, and if you would, please line up on either side here, and you will each have, excuse me, one moment. Madam Clerk, is this the updated list? We have 8 speakers? Yes. Okay, you'll each have 3 minutes. And so, let's see, we're gonna start with Elena Shepard. Is Elena here? Or she might be virtual? She is online. And then we'll go to Maureen Jalewski right after Ms. Shepard. So Ms. Shepard, if you're there, you have 3 minutes. Is Ms. Shepard online?
Sorry, yes, I wasn't able to unmute myself, but now I have been able to. Does everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Shepard.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and staff. My name is Elena Shepard. I'm the Program Manager at Sustain Charlotte. Our nonprofit organization advocates for sustainable land use and transportation choices. We have been active participants in the development of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan and the Strategic Mobility Plan. Adopting the Strategic Mobility Plan is critical to achieving the 5th goal of 2040 Comprehensive Plan, safe and equitable mobility. On behalf of Sustain Charlotte, I would like to voice our strong support for the Strategic Mobility Plan. We enthusiastically support the goal to reduce the percentage of commuters traveling to work alone from 76% to 50% by 2040. We have advocated for this goal since early 2020 and are committed to doing all we can to help the city achieve it. This goal and the actions outlined in the plan are essential to achieving other adopted city goals, including becoming a lower carbon city, eliminating traffic fatalities and serious injuries, providing transportation equity, and maintaining our economic competitiveness. In addition, with 385,000 more people projected to move here by 2040, we must deliver meaningful transportation options to move around our city, or we will be faced with crushing gridlock. With increased budget investment this year and hopefully years to come to build more sidewalks, bike lanes, and safer streets, the city is taking meaningful steps in the right direction. At the same time, additional, more significant dedicated funding sources could achieve the goals in the plan much more quickly than incremental funding and a piecemeal development. We urge you to recognize the Strategic Mobility Plan's importance for our city's future and adopt it at the end of this month. We know from the city's own service, the vast majority of residents want the future this plan envisions, and we stand ready to assist in realizing this bold vision. Thank you for your service and time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Shepard. Next, we have Maureen Jalewski, and then Frank Devine is in person, followed by Angela Stoyanovich, sorry, who can come on down if you want to line up. Go ahead, Ms. Jalewski.
Stoyanovich. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Islett, members of the council, and Manager Jones. I'm Maureen Jalewski, and I'm co-chair of Charlotte East Transportation Committee and also a founding steering committee member for the Coalition for Transportation through Sustain Charlotte, and also co-chair of their mobility committee. So we enthusiastically support the city's strategic mobility plan. We believe we're headed in the right direction with equity in mind to invest $8 million for repurposing existing infrastructure to include space for cycling and $50 million to improve sidewalks to make Charlotte more walkable and safe for all. Through both Charlotte East and the CRTC, we actively advocate for multimodal transportation. We support the bold goals for equity and safe mobility We value our neighbors and support one death or serious injury as one too many. We value the need for connectivity to places where we need to go and want to go, and support the responsible changes that we must take to reduce the number of single occupancy car trips by walking, biking, and public transit to 50% by 2040. Ongoing aggressive funding coupled with strategic decision-making and policy intent will be needed to meet the strategic mobility plan and the goal of safe and equitable mobility. Otherwise, the SMP goal will remain aspirational and not realized with near, mid, and long-term strategies and solutions that benefit Charlotte now and into the future. Bond cycle funding, planning, implementation, on average is 5 to 7 years. We have an example in our East community of a 1.5-mile scenic pedestrian bicycle improvement on Kilbourne and Norland Inn. It began the planning process in 2017. We're just starting the streetscaping. So how much can we accomplish in 18 years? We have learned actually through Mecklenburg County that actually funding of greenway development didn't exactly meet the timelines to make an appreciable progress. So the county is now stepping up with funding. Funding is the rate limiting factor. In 2020, Charlotte East met with the city and county combined IGR committee and requested a resolution from the city and county for a shared definition of transportation to open the door to other possible funding options. This shared thinking is included in the SMP goal to integrate existing transportation plans and policies into a single SMP. When the coordination between city, county, and state on a shared mobility definition and vision is limited, it results in lost opportunity to align funds and projects that bolster taxpayer multimodal investments. To date, only the county has executed the resolution. For example, through a shared definition of transportation, the city and county could partner on a variety of public
Thank you, Ms. Jaluski. Please do share your comments with council through, either with the clerk or through email.
Yep, they've already gone out.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Frank Devine.
Hi, good evening. My name is Frank Devine. I've been a Charlotte resident since 2016, living in District 1. I'm here to speak in support of the strategic mobility plan. I'm by no means a cyclist. I live a lycra-free lifestyle as much as I can. But I do think it's an important way to, build out the city we want, right? If you design a city for cars, that's what you get. If you design a city for people, that's what you get. So you kind of have to put the infrastructure and money behind it rather than just making bad faith arguments about the Gold Line expansion, which, yeah, it doesn't work, but that's because you need to have better plans in place instead of doing half measures, right? Do traffic signalization. Build actual protected bike lanes, right? If I have to take myself and 2 kids to go somewhere, am I going to ride on Central Avenue to go get ice cream? No, right? So you built this protected bike lane on 5th and 6th Avenue. That's great. How do people get to it? Right? So I understand that, yes, we're going to keep expanding greenways and do everything. Not everyone lives next to a greenway. You have to build protected bike lanes, and I mean protected. That means a curb and actually separated, not a plastic bollard that someone's SUV backs into and then, oh, sorry, I'll just be in a minute. That doesn't work, right? People don't feel safe riding on a bike. I think one of the big accomplishments in the past couple of years was the Briar Creek expansion over Independence. Have you ridden a bike on that? Would you let a child on that? It swerves in and out. Congrats, you spent a lot for a bunch of green paint. No one feels safe on that road, right? I think one of the most damning things that I saw in the report is, cyclists and pedestrians make up 3% of the traffic crashes, but 44% of the fatalities, right? That's not acceptable. So you can keep talking about Vision Zero and we signed up for it, but if you don't do anything, you're not really doing anything about it, Don't be the stereotypical politician that says the right things but then doesn't do anything, right? When it comes to city council zoning and Chick-fil-A wants to do drive-through only, no, that doesn't encourage people riding their bike or pedestrians going to get it or taking the bus to go eat Chick-fil-A in between 2 jobs, right? Or a bank wants to build a drive-through in South End that we're trying to put right along the light rail. No, it's against the zoning plan. We'll make an exception. So shouts to Councilmember Winston. I think he was the only one that voted against it when that happened. These are the things that matter, right? The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second best time today. So none of this is a mystery. It's all been laid out in city planning for years. The solutions are out there. It's just a matter of, do you want to step up and do it? That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devine. Next, we have Angela Stoyanovich. Did I get it right this time? Oh, good, thank you. And followed by Toby Holmes.
Is this on? Okay, you can hear- Okay, cool. It's nice to meet you all. For those I haven't met, it's great to be with my fellow citizens and really speak on behalf of not only myself as a citizen, as an individual and cyclist, but also, you know, I moved here from Detroit 5 years ago, so I have some different big city perspectives. So I want to kind of split some of my individual perspective in my 3 minutes, along with representing the BAC, the Bicycle Advisory Committee. And let me just say, I have been on the committee now 3 years, and this is the first time any of us has had the chance to speak to you face to face. So we are elated to be here, and I'm particularly excited to speak to you guys face to face. So we have some talking points. We're going to write you a letter like we have been for the last 3 years. I don't want to spend my time focused on whether or not each of you believes that bikes belong on the road. I know we have wonderful staff people from the county to the city to all the respective departments that can tell you statistics, and even local fellow citizens like we just heard who will tell you, even as a non-cyclist, why how we develop these roads and these bike lanes is so key to who we attract as we grow into a massive size city, right? But I think what I want to talk to you about, and again, we'll submit this all formally in a letter to you so you guys can have a chance to read it, is really about what my fellow neighbor just talked about, is what are we doing about Vision Zero? So I'll just point to 2.2 in the SMP. We are in favor of the SMP, speaking on behalf of the BAC right now. But we need to beef up the safety like no other. We have to beef it up in one of two major ways. And one is through maintenance of the roads. The other day, this is a personal story, I was going down the road and I hit a rail that was rotted out, and I've been calling the city, the county, the railroad companies, every phone number I can think of, just so that this doesn't keep happening, because there have been so many times where we report an issue of broken glass in the road or what have you, and it just never gets addressed. So to his point, I think we can keep building these protected bike lanes, but we also need to maintain them. So it just goes back to safety. And then the second point is also measuring the fatalities and the accidents, because I know we had some calls on the BAC with folks like Angela Berry, who were giving us a couple years ago statistics, and there were only 1 or 2 fatalities, which any life matters and should count, and we should be totally upset about that and figuring out why and how we can prevent bicycle accidents, right? But we're really not tracking these accidents. We're really not tracking these tragedies the way that we believe that we should here on the BAC. So just wanted to point out those 2 things around road maintenance and around really tracking the statistics so that we can have more data to support why we think safety needs to be beefed up in section 2.2 of the SMP. I hope that helps. Thank you.
It does, Ms.
Stoyanovich, yes.
Stoyanovich.
You can call me Angie.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your
You're
willingness
welcome.
to serve on the Bicycle
Yeah,
Advisory
it's a
Committee.
pleasure. Thank you.
Is Toby here? Toby Holmes? Okay. And then followed by Michael Lindler.
Evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my apologies for being slightly delinquent to the podium. My name is Toby Holmes. I'm the Executive Director of University City Partners. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Strategic Mobility Plan. The plan is clear, concise, thorough, and thoughtful, outlining a modern transportation system for University City and Charlotte's transportation system. The mobility plan has the opportunity to help us reach so many of our goals in Charlotte around affordable housing, sustainability, economic development, and so much more. I appreciate staff's work on this plan, and while there is still more work to be done, we believe in the vision they have put forth and know that our voice is being heard as revisions are made and considered over the next month. And we are so appreciative of CDOT's work, of your support, and cannot wait to see this move forward toward adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Our next speaker is Martin Zimmerman, who is online, and then followed by, oh, I'm sorry, Michael Lindler. I apologize. And then, thank you. And then Martin. Go ahead, Mr. Lindler.
And I am a very happy resident and a proponent of all means of alternative transportation. And I am in big support of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan as well as the Strategic Mobility Plan. I think it's very important, one of the pieces is to reduce the number of single occupancy vehicles on the road below 50%, and I think we can even do better than that. But I think it's going to be a much bigger step than just adding some bike lanes and some extra bus routes. This is really going to involve, those 10-minute neighborhoods, multi-use buildings, multimodal transportation, and really throughout the city instead of just having, one focus area that everybody has to drive to. So I'll just kind of run through a couple bullet points why I think, that single occupancy vehicle is bad for our city, and then, how we can improve that in the future. For instance, car infrastructure is, one of the biggest line items in local governments as well as state governments. So, the less congestion we can put on those roads, the further our dollar will go. As people are moving to Charlotte, that per capita expense will drop down. Cars are great for, some instances, but, being in a car, those long commutes are correlated with high levels of stress, high levels of cardiac disease, stroke. We want to think about what's best for our health of our citizens, and we don't want to encourage that type of lifestyle. As you may also know, automobile accidents are the #1 cause of death for teens and young adults. So the fewer instances and opportunities for that to happen, the better. And kind of what I think is the most important piece is that individuals like you and individuals like me have the choice of either, taking the car or, jumping through all those extra hoops to carpool or take a bus. It takes 2 hours to get across town. That's a decision that we can make. However, a lot of people in our community do not have that decision. They're either too young to drive, too old to drive. They might be disabled or have a financial reason for not being able to drive, right? So those individuals are essentially kind of locked in their homes and they aren't able to participate in our community. So as kind of a equity piece, I think it's important to reach out to those individuals and make sure they have a way to participate and kind of see all the things that Charlotte has to offer. So this isn't just going to be adding those bike lanes. This is going to be, pretty hefty infrastructure change. We're not going to see changes overnight. This is going to be, 10, 20-year investment plan. I've only lived in Charlotte for about 5 years, but I've lived in North Carolina my entire life. And I'm very excited to see kind of where we can go with this. And it's kind of your role to coordinate with those other agencies in the 2040 master plan to make sure that all the development that's done in the future is sustainable and kind of furthers our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindler. Our next speaker now is Mr. Zimmerman. Martin,
Thank
are
you,
there?
Julie. So, and others on the podium for the opportunity to share my views. As you know, I'm a former director of the Charlotte Area Bicycle Alliance, and currently a member of the steering committee for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Climate Leaders Group, where my role is to monitor and advocate on matters of local transportation and parking policy from a climate change and climate justice perspective. CM has been especially active in reforming 2040 vision plan for Center City and equity matters on Charlotte. That the strategic mobility plan deserves enthusiastic support, if for no other reason than its vigorous embrace of a mode share goal. That goal, as you know, is to reduce the daily single occupancy auto component of local travel by 25% by year 2050. Although this metric is not as vigorous as I and other climate advocates wish it to be, it nevertheless represents a bold departure from the status quo. Allow me to add that I can count on one hand the number of Charlotteans who recognize the importance of mode share metric a decade ago. In addition to myself, they included Shannon Binns of Sustain Charlotte and John Koch, at that time a mid-level planner in Deborah Campbell's planning department. To the best of my knowledge, no one at higher levels within city government or the private sector, frankly, had a clue. In fact, if you look back at other US cities in 2012, none of them had a clue either, whereas mode share and mode management had been part of the European toolbox since the oil embargo of the early 70s. To give you a more up-to-date perspective, later this week I will send council and other civic leaders my latest article for UNC Charlotte's Urban Institute's weekly newsletter. That article describes what it's like living in a car-free Delft, Netherlands, as compared to Charlotte and her sister cities in North Carolina, and why mode share has been a key factor in the ability of people to live, work, and travel in a car-free manner. Meanwhile, we have Ed McKinney and a team of respected staff and consultants on the brink of an entirely new transportation future for Charlotte and the metro area. They deserve your wholehearted support. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening.
And our last speaker is Mr. Joseph Margolis.
Good evening, Council. Just want to say it's been a while since I've come before this body, and just say it's good to be back. And I just want to briefly, I'm here just for one specific reason. Last week I was tuning into the meeting, and my council member, my rep, Council Member Johnson, she basically pointed out that that brought it to the attention that District 4 did not have very good coverage on this. And forgive me, I work a full day. I don't really have as much time to pay attention to the issues as I used to back when I was more attentive and back in 2018. But this was important enough for me to sign up and come out and say that hopefully, with what Toby indicated a little while ago, there's been some work since that meeting last week to get District 4 better coverage in this plan. But I know from where I live, just from my personal experience, I live on the new extension of University City Boulevard, and it's between the new Graham Street extension and Neal Road, and I still can't walk or ride a bike safely to the University City Light Rail Station on that same road that's just 3 miles away. And I think things like that have to matter, because there's several schools there. There's Adobe Creek Greenway that's getting ready to open up. There's several opportunities there maybe to add some connectivity, but you have this entertainment district, and I can't even ride a bus there. That's the other thing. Like, when we were given plans, like when people from CDOT came out to our neighborhood and talked about the new university extension, they showed renderings outside where I live with bus stops on the street. But then no bus stops were added. So this route still has no buses that can take someone safely from there. So I feel like our side of University City, which I'm technically in Derrida, we're right at the border, but all those neighborhoods that are across the street from the schools, at the campus there, the Governor Martin campus, there's several neighborhoods there. I see at the corner of Neal and IBM, a massive neighborhood's about to be built there. And what are we doing about that? Like, to make sure that the people that are just west of University City or on the western part of University City are getting connected to all the great opportunities that are happening over across the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Margolis. Appreciate it. That concludes our comments for the strategic mobility plan. I appreciate everybody who signed up to speak or come in person or do it virtually. It's a very bold and aspirational plan that we would all love to be able to complete. But I think it's like opening a can of worms, right? When it gets presented, we want more, because we've got over 5,000 miles of lanes in our city that all need protected bike lanes. We need more sidewalks. We need more connections. We need investment in our bus system. So, I hope that the community will continue to push us on this, because we need it all over the city. But for now, I think the strategic mobility plan is moving us in the right direction. So thank you for your comments. Our next item is a public hearing. And a decision on the Sunset Creek Area Voluntary Annexation. We're going to open the public hearing and on the Sunset Creek Area Voluntary Annexation. Madam Clerk, did we have any speakers signed up?
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, Mr. Newton? I'm sorry, I didn't read the full action. It was to conduct a public hearing for the Sunset Creek Area Voluntary Annexation and adopt an annexation ordinance with an effective date of June 13th, 2022, to extend the corporate limits to include this property and assign it to the adjacent City Council District 2. Would you like to repeat your motion?
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 10 is a public hearing on a resolution to close a portion of the alleyway off of East 16th Street, parallel to Pegram Street. We are going to open the public hearing to close a portion of the alleyway. Do we have any speakers, Madam? Okay, so I need a motion to conduct a public hearing to close a portion of the alleyway off of East 16th Street, parallel to Pegram Street, and adopt a resolution and close a portion of the alleyway off of East 16th Street, parallel to Pegram Street.
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, item number 11 is a public hearing on a resolution to close Old Ridge Road. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. May I have a motion to conduct a public hearing to close Old Ridge Road, and B, adopt a resolution and close Old Ridge Road?
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 12 is a public hearing on a resolution to close unopened Beachway Circle and Mark Way right-of-way. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this item?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. May I have a motion to conduct a public hearing to close unopened Beachway Circle and Mark Way right-of-way, and B, adopt a resolution and close unopened Beachway Circle and Mark Way right-of-way?
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 13 is a public hearing on a resolution to close unopened Wayne Avenue in a portion of May Street. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this item?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I have a motion to conduct a public hearing to close unopened Wayne Avenue in a portion of May Street and adopt a resolution and close unopened Wayne Avenue in a portion of May Street?
Motion to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. That concludes our public hearings.
Caffeine.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Ms. Watlington.
I should have asked this question during one of the
items, but it's not specific to the item. I'm just curious, I noticed that on a recent rezoning or one that's in question, the neighbors noted that they saw that the alleyway had been abandoned, and they were thinking, well, that should have been a tip-off that perhaps something was coming later on, and now they're having a concern that what may be built there is going to be towering over their neighborhoods. Anyway, I just want to understand if we can see or have any visibility to when we do abandon these right-of-ways, whether or not they're part of an active rezoning.
Some of these, it does say a reason that's referencing future development.
But future development versus like more immediate development.
So anything pending,
Right.
in other words. Sure, if, I don't know if Ms. Harmon's still here, but we'll talk to staff about getting that included in the notes.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item, we move on to our policy items, and we have the city manager's report, which will include an item that we had on the action review that we didn't quite get to. So, Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'll just ask Assistant City Manager Tracy Dotson to come up to the lectern. We, as you mentioned, did not get to the 7th and North Tryon reimbursement agreement, so we'd like to use this time for Tracy's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Dodson. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'll wait for them to pull up the presentation for you. This is a project that is not new to you. In fact, it's been more than 5 years since we adopted the vision plan for North Tryon. What I want to do tonight before the council action is just give you a quick reminder of some of the things in the journey that we have been on over the past several years. Admittedly, since we were here in front of you last time in 2020 when you took a vote on the MOU, there have been some changes, but a lot of that is because further design, more conversation with our stakeholders, some new stakeholders, and really, again, digging into the design of the development as a whole. However, saying all that, we do believe that it very much still meets the intent that was originally set forward. Next slide. So a quick reminder of the site itself. Here's an aerial with the site plan in the middle. This is a 3.1 acre site that is bound by North Tryon, College Street, 6th Street, and 7th Street. And as you can see, it's a great catalyst right in the middle of a lot of other amenities that we have, from our light rail line to the Carolina Theater to Discovery Place and even the Ballet Academy. And we think that this can serve as a great catalyst to create a new district for culture and learning. Next slide. Just a quick reminder on some of the economic and public benefits. Like I said earlier, this is a transformational piece of implementing the North Tryon Vision Plan that was adopted in 2017. At the completion of the project, it will generate annually about $4.7 in property taxes. During construction, we estimate a participation goal for MWSBE at 30%. That was in the MOU, and that is still in the master development agreement that's moving forward. At its completion, this can be home to 4,000 full-time jobs, but in the meantime, it can employ over 1,200 in the construction industry, It also will connect these learning venues, cultural venues, residential, and to Councilmember Graham, who said it earlier tonight, retail. There's new retail opportunities in this development at about 12,000 square feet. All of this is connected by more than a half acre of public plaza space that we think is vital to this area and connecting not just the uses that are on the site, but the adjacent uses I pointed out earlier. This is made possible by putting a lot of the underground putting service that's shared by the various uses in this block and a half. Also, we've consolidated a majority of the public parking into one area that allows for more pedestrian environment. Next slide. And speaking of the pedestrian environment, as well as the non-vehicular circulation, we do believe that we've had some really good enhancements here. With the 6th Street cycle track, it's made possible when we put that service underground that it won't be interrupted. The 7th Street can also be made more into a festival street, connecting both sides of the street with this new development. Lastly, we have now 250 parking spaces for public that'll serve the library, Spirit Square, McGlowan Theater, and the general public. This now has switched, like I mentioned, from 2020 to 2022. It is above-ground deck, but its public parking has increased. And again, with that consolidation of the parking more in one place, it allows for that pedestrian movement and connectivity to be more enhanced. Next slide. The other item that changed from the RFP to where we are today was around the affordable housing. Back in 2018, when we went public with the RFP and solicited proposals, we had originally asked for the affordable housing to be on site. Once the proposals came in, we determined that that wasn't as feasible and we couldn't achieve as many units as we had originally desired. Therefore, before we brought the MOU to you in 2020, we came up with a strategy to move the affordable housing and workforce housing off-site in order to achieve more units. So we went from approximately, I want to say about 60 units on site to being able to achieve 691 units off-site. However, this does include, of the 18.7 million, 6 million to be carved out for the Enlivian development, which is adjacent to this site. That would achieve 106 units uptown. The remaining 11.7 million would go towards 546 affordable housing units with Dream Key partnership across the city. That leaves 1 million remaining for the county allocation in which to achieve the target 691 and the remaining 39 units. Next slide. Let me give you just a quick rundown comparison between 2020 and 2022. It's still a $600 million private investment and project. When we came to you in 2020, we anticipated roughly a $25 million TIG and a CIP reimbursement of anywhere between $3 and $5 million. We've locked that in now at $24.4 million for the TIG and $3 million for the CIP reimbursement. The MWSBE goal is still the same at 30%. The affordable housing I just reviewed, we had targeted the 18.7 million in 2020 with 691 units. Today, we're still looking at hitting that target, but we've locked in on 652 of those units with 1 million remaining unallocated. One of the big switches that we talked about in 2020 was really focusing on below-grade parking in order to accommodate the public plaza, that half-acre above ground that I mentioned. A lot of the service was still above ground at that time. So now the changes that we've done, we pushed more of the service below grade and brought the parking above grade and consolidated into one more specific area. The parking itself has reduced in overall number of spaces from 1,489 that were some above and below grade to now 848 above grade. However, the amount of public parking has increased from the 150, 200 range that we were at 2020 to 250 spaces now in the proposal. There's also a difference in where our money goes. In 2020, we were talking to you largely about investing in that parking that was underground. Now we have spread our investment across the site throughout about 13.7 million in parking, 4.5 in that underground service, 5.4 million in the plaza space, and a little less than $1 million in roadway improvements. Last slide. So what'll come before you tonight? Again, still a $600 million private investment, but a $3 million request for capital investment, a $24.4 million tax increment grant. And remember, of that, the city's portion is $8.8 million, and that would be 45% of the taxes, new taxes, generated over a 15-year period. Then, of the tax increment grant, I mentioned earlier the things that it would go towards: the plaza, the cycle track, the public parking. So at the very bottom here, you will see what the city's total investment is $11.8 million with the CIP and the TIG, and that is what is coming before you tonight. Again, we think that this project has taken a lot of twists and turns along the way. It's been many years. But having said that, we still think that it very much meets the intent of the overall project while also achieving the housing that was desired. With that, I will stop, see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dodson. Do we have any questions tonight? Ms. Dodson? I know we've been over this a few times. Okay, Mr. Driggs.
So I guess my question is, are we done at this point? Right? I mean, this is it, right? Because we've been going for 5 years and it's evolved a lot. But so we're going to commence immediately. We're going to operate within these parameters and we're going to get this one done, right?
We're going to get this one done, yes.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Watlington, did you have your hand up?
Well, I did, but it's okay.
Okay. Mr. Graham?
Yeah. In the same line as of the ad, we're going to get the affordable housing done. So how's that coming in terms of the site locations that we identified, and are we making progress towards execution?
Yes, and if you remember when we were here in 2020, we kind of had an idea of some possible developments to invest in. We've locked into those now with Dream Key. So the ones on the list that you see are the ones that we are investing in on that. And then again, we're still holding that $6 million to invest in specifics for Uptown within Livian. The only one that still has a question mark on it is that remaining $1 million to achieve at a minimum of those 39 units.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Tracy. When I met with Holly earlier today, thank you for the presentation. I just had a concern last week that this was such a big issue the last time we approved this in 2020, and the controversy over the city investing in parking spaces. So when we reduce the parking spaces, it just feels like there would be more public comment about it. However, when I talked to Holly, she said there's even more of a public benefit. It's justifiable through a TIG in this new presentation or the new plan. Can you elaborate just a little on that?
So it goes to what I was pointing out earlier, where when we were in front of you in 2020, largely our portion of the TIG was towards the public parking. Now what we have done, as we've looked at the project, designed the project more, is really try to spread out our public investment. And so it is going to not only the parking, the public plaza space, as well as some of the cycle track and street improvements that we mentioned. So again, it was trying not to make our investment on one thing, but more spreading it out across the site.
Thank you. That's what I wanted the public to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Phipps?
With respect to the Enlivian property, it was a structure there. I think it was, I don't know if it was Tryon Place or something. I'm wondering, are the number of units that Enlivian is providing, is it consistent with the number of units that was in that particular facility?
Councilmember Phipps, I don't know how many units were in the existing building at one time. The Enlivian plan was to demolish the building and build a new development for the 106, but I don't remember right offhand what the total number of units were in the existing building. I can get that number for you.
Thank you.
I will say really quickly that the 106 units that Enlivian was proposing was far more than we were able to achieve when we were looking at this project, the 7th and North Tryon project, incorporating the affordable housing into it.
Is that it, Mr. Phipps? Okay. If we don't have any other questions, we'll move on. Good? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dodson. Mr. Manager, do you have anything else in the manager's report?
That's it.
Okay, great.
Report. Good report.
With that, we move on to our next policy item, which is item number 15, the neighborhood traffic calming policy. And I'd like to ask if there's a motion to approve the Safe Communities Committee's recommendation to accept the proposed neighborhood traffic calming policy updates.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Any discussion? Mr. Eggleston?
Yeah, just appreciate staff's work on this. In our committee discussions, I think there is a universal desire from council, at least from the committee, but I think from the full council, to make it easier on our citizens in their neighborhoods to help guide the investments that are made to make our roads safer. We heard from several speakers today talking about Vision Zero. That's not just applicable on our big roads where we might put in bicycle infrastructure, but also on our neighborhood roads, many of which don't even have sidewalks. And so I think this lowers the burden or lightens the burden on our citizens to be able to identify areas in their communities and on their residential streets that need traffic calming investments by removing the requirement that they take on getting a petition signed by a number of their neighbors to prove there is a desire for that traffic calming, but instead puts the burden on folks who might try to prevent traffic calming investments from being made. So this is the second time in the last 3 or 4 years that council has made it easier for folks to seek these sorts of improvements, and I think another step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members? Okay. With that, we have a motion and a second, so I'll go through the roll call. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 16, the annual action plan for housing and community development. Is there a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2023 annual action plan for housing and community development?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Watlington, would you like to?
No, I'm just excited to see the work, so looking forward to continuing and getting to it.
Okay. Ms. Watlington is our Great Neighborhoods Chair, so any other comments? Okay. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Hello.
Someone's calling Mr. Driggs.
Later.
You're up.
Mr. Driggs?
I'm a yes, absolutely.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
And Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that is it for our policy items, and we'll move into the business section of the meeting. Item number 17 is the Spectrum Center agreement, and we do have speakers signed up for that, but first I'd like to see if we have a motion to authorize the city manager or his designee to negotiate and execute an agreement between Hornets Sports Entertainment and the City of Charlotte in an amount not to exceed $215 million for arena improvements and repairs and $60 million for a new performance enhancement center. And B, adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $215 million in proceeds from certificates of participation in the Tourism Capital Projects Fund for arena improvements and repairs. And C, authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute contracts necessary to complete arena improvements and repairs to the Spectrum Center and Performance Enhancement Center related to the city's agreement with the Hornets Sports Entertainment. Do I have a
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and we do have speakers signed up tonight for that. Let's see, we've got 7 speakers. The first one is Mr. Charles Held, who is virtual, and then I'd like to ask Michael Smith and Pierre Bader to be ready to speak at the podiums after Mr. Held. Mr. Held, are you with us? No. Okay, Mr. Held is not there. So, Mr. Smith, you're up.
We are.
So good to be with you again. So I am Michael Smith, and I'm the CEO of Charlotte Center City Partners. And I was asked earlier about this transaction that you're considering. And as one of your partners, I thank you for the opportunity to just share some insights about the proposal you're considering. Our insights are organized around a central question of how could this project align with the short, medium, and long-term economic health of our community, especially our center city for which we serve as an organization. So from a contemporary standpoint, there's solid alignment for this proposal and how important the hospitality sector has been for our community and the resiliency of the center city. Hospitality continues to lead us into the recovery. It complements a winning strategy of investments our community has had in hospitality, including arts and culture, hotels, restaurants, music, and sports. Thirdly, these investments are strong and have helped our community grow as a talent and investment magnet. These are community assets that build and express shared community pride. In the medium term, we see direct alignment with bold moves being made by our competitive cities. Think Denver, think Austin, Nashville, Atlanta. We are a top 20 MSA that continues to perform as a top 10 MSA. Things like the quality of our airport as the 5th busiest and our ability to attract talent, top 10 of MSAs in the U.S. This can be a power move for our city. This is next level thinking, sustainable transit-oriented development. This is the kind of bold move and compounding move that we believe attracts talent, jobs, private investment, strengthens our NBA franchise, and deepens our partnership with them. It also cures for many of the issues that we see around the future of the epicenter. Thirdly, long-term, we see this as great alignment with the aspirations of our community articulated in the 2040 Center City Vision Plan. It connects two specific focus areas, East Trade Street, which calls for redevelopment of the transportation center, and Brevard Street, which calls for creating a vibrant area in the 2nd Ward that celebrates the history of the former Brooklyn neighborhood in a lively street environment. Our strong legacy of planning continues to serve our community so well. From our perspective, we see tremendous amount of alignment around these recommendations. We look forward to continuing to partner with you and support your efforts making Charlotte stronger, more competitive, more inclusive, and forward-thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our next speaker is Pierre Barder, and then followed by Grace Fendrick and Cynthia White. So if you would like to line up at the podiums. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Barder. Go ahead.
Is it my turn?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Pierre Bader. I'm the owner of Sonoma Restaurant Group. Our group operates Aria, Tuscan Grill, and Cicchetti at the bottom of the Bank of America Corporate Center. I'm here to support the arena. I think it's a money well spent. I'm a little selfish on being here because every time that there is a concert or there is a basketball game, we're absolutely packed. The revenue behind it for tax dollars, for businesses, is just tremendous. I also think that, like Michael said, it's all about connecting the dots. This particular project, I think, you're gonna see Trade Street transformation from the arena all the way to Johnson C. Smith, and I think it's just the best money spent. It's vibrancy. Michael said it also. I think it will change the tone of the epicenter. That whole, it's a puzzle that needs to happen, and you will not be disappointed in your decision, I think, for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bader. Our next speaker is Grace Fendrick.
Hello, thank you for having me today. I am a proud alumna of UNC Charlotte, and it was through my love of sports that during my studies, I discovered and studied the scam of stadium subsidies. I am very well aware that a significant portion of the proposed plan the city is contractually obligated to pay. However, I would like to note that this is because the Charlotte City Council voted to overrule the will of the electorate against the funding of the initial arena back during a 2001 referendum, which notably provided less funding to build a brand new stadium than we are proposing right now with upgrades. The use of taxpayer funds for private industry, particularly for one with such a public profile, should be questioned. Academic studies, unlike studies paid for by interested parties, are focused on verifying the promises of economic growth touted by politicians, team owners, and other advocates by using real past data to come to their conclusion. The academic literature is overwhelming. It finds that most deals involving stadium subsidies find a negative or negligible economic effect on cities. One specific study conducted a retrospective evaluation of actual economic impact of these facilities and franchises compared to the projected benefits laid out while trying to secure funding, and they could not find even one instance with evidence of positive economic impact, further displaying the failure of touted benefits to materialize. The main argument given in favor of stadium subsidies is based on the belief that pro sports generate significant economic value to their communities. Team owners and politicians will make their case to the public by talking about all the benefits alongside being the home of a major league team. However, the data simply does not pan out. Studies show these subsidies have little to no impact on a city's tax revenue, employment rates, revitalization of neighborhoods, and more. When it comes to the claim that this project will help local businesses, that claim is also not grounded in reality. In fact, some studies suggest it hurts local businesses due to the crowding out effect. Even for mega events, studies show that the benefits to municipalities are negligible at best. While the economic impact of a sports franchise may be large in a gross sense, teams have little net effects on a city's economic variables. And that is just the research for stadium subsidies, which do experience tens of thousands of people going to the events in these venues. So the idea that a practice facility will bring in any statistically significant economic benefit to this city is laughable. The literature is overwhelmingly clear. Stadium subsidies do not provide enough economic benefits to justify the current investment of taxpayer dollars, and I implore you all to stop touting these lies in order to provide the political cover for your decision to make poor investments and misuse public funds. If you want to vote for it, go ahead and vote for it, but stop using these lies that are statistically untrue to justify and provide political cover. It's time that we stop corporate
Ms.
welfare
Fendrick.
and tell people to pay for their own damn stadiums.
Thank you, Ms. Fendrick. Our next speaker is Cynthia White. Welcome, Ms. White.
Let me just get my own timer, get started here. I'm sorry, I didn't. Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's interesting that I'm following the person that just spoke. I don't have quite the same perspective in detail, but I do have a characterization of what is being put forth and what is being potentially voted on tonight as being disingenuous and being intellectually dishonest. This is not an agreement about the Spectrum Center. It may be agreement, as the Charlotte Observer mentioned today, and the Ledger included in an article, about the Hornets, and appropriately so. But it is more than that. And it is about the city of Charlotte and its priorities and its future, its foundational future. There is no question, I think, when the issue was brought up in council meeting last week, that there would be near universal agreement that the community wants the Hornets here, glad they came, wants them to stay. So the issue with funding aspect of the Spectrum Center is worthy of close examination. And it was mentioned last week in council strategy. Apparently, you have gotten a quote-unquote agreement to vote on, and only recently. And from what I'm able to determine briefly for myself, there's not a lot of detail that I would expect from lawyers, from CPAs, from interested parties around all the details of those funds that are being requested and for what. Is the budget as tight as it can be if all those improvements are needed for the Spectrum Center? More importantly, in addition to the required contractual agreements and sweetening the pot, the proposal is for a performance enhancement center, financed with naming rights. Not only a performance enhancement center, which could be part of a program if that's what's necessary. What is troubling is that it is coupled with an amorphous wish to do something with a whole economic development plan for that area. And so the words that I've seen written, and I don't have them in front of me, describing the benefits of this plan to put a transportation center underground and build on top of it with no specifics is unacceptable, to say the
Thank you,
least.
Ms. White.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom Murray, followed by our last speaker, Boris Bunich. Mr. Bunich, if you want to go over to that podium, you'll be ready.
I'll go.
Thank you. Oh, there you go. Oh, and I'm sorry, Mr. Held is here now, so I'll have him go. Mr. Held, if you're online, we'll have you go after Mr. Bunich. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. It's nice to be in front of you again to talk about this project. I first want to thank both Tracy Dotson and Fred Whitfield from Hornet Sports and Entertainment for their hard work on this agreement. The Spectrum Center is so important to the hospitality industry in many, many ways. Yes, it's wonderful to have a sports team here, but the 100 events a year, family shows and concerts, the ability to host conventions and major conventions like the Democratic National Convention we hosted in 2012 would not have happened without the Spectrum Center. The city owns the Spectrum Center, and it was paid for through tourism taxes, as was pointed out earlier. And obviously, we have an obligation to maintain that building over time, like we do all of our buildings. We just invested in the convention center as well. And so it's obvious that after 20 years, this building will also need an investment. I will say a terrific part of this is also the 15-year extension on the Hornets agreement. Certainly, we are big fans of having the Hornets in our community. We think they do a lot for the hospitality and tourism industry. Remember, this hospitality tourism industry is a $7.8 billion industry, where 1 in 9 people in our community work in that industry. And this asset is integral to our success and being a great tourism economy. And so I would just also continue to support this effort. Our team, along with the city and the Hornets Entertainment, have been working for years on those details that would be needed to make sure that the building is in good shape, things like roofs and plumbing and things that are more exciting, like new entrances. But all of those things have been the product of work of many, many, many people and consultants. And so this was not just picked out of the air. This was hard work that's been done over a number of years. So as the head of the CRVA, the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority, and a champion for the tourism economy, I would ask the City Council vote in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Our next speaker is Boris Bunich.
You say my last name better than I do. Thank you.
Not lucky.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Isolt and council members for this opportunity to speak in support of the proposed improvements to the Spectrum Center. I'm Boris Bunich, and I'm a partner at Beacon Investment Management Group, which is a local hospitality management company that owns and operates several hotels, but especially the Hyatt Place Uptown Hotel. In addition, I'm the current chairperson of the CRVA Board of Directors, although for this meeting, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, just myself and my company with personal perspective. My family moved to Charlotte when I was 8 years old in 1978. Other than going away to college, I've grown up, worked, and lived in this community for over 44 years. I remember going to events at the original Charlotte Coliseum, which is now Bojangles Arena, and at the first Hornets Arena on Tybola Road. Both locations were very good for entertainment, but limited vehicular access and parking options were a consistent headache for all event goers. The Spectrum Center is centrally located with easy car access from multiple directions and plenty of parking options all around. Most importantly, it's especially easy to get to using public transportation, especially our light rail, which I've personally used many times to come to basketball games and concerts. It makes getting in and out a breeze and eliminates any worry about parking, traffic, or walking to the arena. All three of my kids enjoy it much more than riding a car to events there. Some recent statistics that I've seen indicate that Spectrum Arena hosted around 100 events in 2019. And this put us behind Raleigh's PNC Center with 150 events and Atlanta's State Farm Arena with 200 events. In fact, and certainly surprisingly to me, Charlotte also lagged cities such as Indianapolis, Orlando, St. Louis, Tulsa, Tampa, and Omaha in terms of tickets sold and revenue generated. The decision to upgrade the arena isn't just a matter of supporting a sports team, although keeping the Hornets in Charlotte long-term should certainly be a major driver. These improvements will create further opportunity to attract more sporting events, more concerts, more shows, and more conventions. We have all seen the past success of sporting events such as the basketball tournaments when they're held here, and we know how amazing the experience of the DNC convention was in 2012, when this arena, the surrounding area in Charlotte, was the focal point of the entire U.S. Your decision to move forward with the proposed upgrades to modernize the arena gives all of the community advocates a huge advantage and further momentum to bring in these types of events, but especially the opportunity to attract additional concerts and special events, which draw attendees from a much wider area, resulting in meaningful hotel stays and restaurant visits that support vital uptown companies and small businesses. Modernizing the arena will also help with the continued revitalization of Uptown Charlotte and positively impact the local businesses and the community as a whole as we continue recovering from COVID-19's effect. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and I urge you to vote in favor of keeping the proposed upgrades to the Spectrum Arena. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunich. And our last speaker is Mr. Charles Held. Is Mr. Held online? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Held. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Held? Do we have Mr. Held online?
His video is there, but we can't hear him yet.
Mr. Held, are you unmuted? If you can hear us, go ahead, Mr. Held.
He's trying.
Okay, if we can't hear you
Hello?
and you can hear us.
Wait a minute. There he is.
Am I here? Do you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for the opportunity to, got a little nostalgic listening to the young lady who identified herself as a UNCC grad, considering that I was one of the leaders of the Cost Charlotteans Opposed to Sports Taxes referendum committee way back there in 2001, where, as she pointed out, 57% of Charlotteans voted against public subsidies for sports, for that decade of progress, so-called package, because they were well informed. And, you know, for the last 2.5 years, we've been told, listen to the experts, listen to the experts, listen to the experts. I don't think anybody on city council is a professor of sports economics. I'm not either. But on this issue, I have always listened to the experts. And there's an old joke that says if you ask 10 economists a question, you'll get 11 answers. That's not true with sports subsidies. Every single independent study that has looked at sports subsidies, what you call euphemistically investments, every study shows that they are actually net economic losers. None of them make a profit for the subsidizing municipality. The numbers here just don't add up either. I mean, the entire cost of the arena in 2004-2005 was $245 million. Now, sure, we've had inflation, but according to Wikipedia, that's still $361 million in quote unquote today's money. So you're looking at upgrades that are astounding. It's half, again, the cost of the entire building. This is insane. Now, we talk about this being funded by tourist money, but I think tourists are more concerned about being shot outside the arena than they are about who is making shots inside the arena. And then this thing about building an entertainment district. Have we not heard of City Fair? Have we not read about the Epicenter's bankruptcy and all of those businesses going out of business? And that started well before the lockdowns took a big chunk out of the hospitality business. So if you're not
Thank you,
a
Mr.
sports
Held.
economics PhD
That is your 3
from
minutes,
Harvard
Mr. Held.
or the University of Maryland,
Mr. Held,
you're
that's
not
your
an
3
expert.
minutes.
Vote no.
Thank you very much, Mr. Held. That concludes our speakers for the number 17. So with that, we do have a motion and a second. Are there any council members that would like to make comments? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you. I think one important thing to be reminded of is that this is not Michael Jordan's arena. It's not Hornet Sports Entertainment's arena. It's the City of Charlotte's arena. This is one of our assets, and the investment we're making is similar to investments we've made in the convention center. It's similar to investments we've made in Bojangles Coliseum and Evans Auditorium, which are similarly city-owned. And they're also places we've made investments in the last 5 years. I think it's also important to realize that of the cost that we're talking about for the investments in the arena itself, 80% of what's being proposed is required of us. I think a lot of what we've heard tonight is a desire to relitigate decisions that were made 20 years ago. We don't have the luxury of voting on that. We have in front of us tonight a vote on where we stand today. And contractual obligations that were agreed to years and years ago are not things that we have authority over. At this point, we move forward from where we stand, and where we stand is we're going to spend $173 million on this arena, regardless of how we vote tonight. So putting a 20% premium on that with the ability to retain the Hornets long-term and really make this arena state-of-the-art, I think we've seen already initial feedback on what the investments we've made at the convention center, making our convention center state-of-the-art. The feedback we've gotten on that and the additional opportunities it's created for our city in terms of attracting people to it. I don't disagree that there are plenty of instances where some of these studies are overly optimistic, some of the ones that maybe were presented 20 years ago, and one since undoubtedly. But again, I think when you're obligated to spend 173 and essentially get nothing for it other than just absolute, required maintenance, or you can up that by 20% and get the sort of agreement that we're getting here that ensures the long-term stability of the anchor tenant of that building and of one of the points of pride of our community, I think it's a good return on investment. So don't disagree with some of the sentiments of the things that were said about things that might happen 20 years ago, but we are where we are today, and I think that this, given the options, is the better of them.
Thank you, Mr. Eggleston. I'm just going to go around the dais. So, Ms. Edgemere, if you'd like to go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I wanted to address a couple of comments that were raised by our public speakers here. To Mr. Held's point about tourism funds and how they can be used, Ms. James, our city attorney, and our deputy city attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, but tourism funds cannot be used for anything other than tourism, which Mr. Held suggested or made a point about public safety. So am I correct that these funds cannot be used for anything, including public safety?
Edgemere, I'm not the subject matter expert on it, but generally my understanding of the use of the funds is that it has to be related to tourism events.
Okay, I see Ms. Dotson nodding her head. So I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Harold and everyone else in the audience heard that directly. These funds can only be used for tourism. It cannot be used for affordable housing, public safety, transportation, or any other infrastructure. This is what the state requires us to do. So if you want us to change that, you have to lobby your state legislators. But that's what the current state law is. Community's feedback and transparency is a key to everything that we do. And the Hornets Arena proposal is no different. So I appreciate the feedback that's been received till date. And I went through about 8 pages of feedback that we received online or via emails to all of my colleagues. And majority of the feedback or the emails we have received, it's about the transit center, the CTC. And comments we have seen says, we cannot put the transit center underground. That is a disservice to Charlotte's, to our residents. Another comment was, I'm just reading a few comments to highlight the concerns that are raised. One comment was, many of our Charlotte community members rely on our public transit system, and it is sending a message that they are unimportant and unwanted because of the proposal of putting transit center underground. So to go on the record, please confirm, Mr. Jones, that tonight's vote will not commit us to underground bus station, because that's how I understand it. Is that correct?
That is correct. There are options that we have that's related to the Performance Center that we could also go to a different site, yes.
Okay, and that's what my understanding is, and that's what I relate to constituents who have reached out to us. So CTC discussion, public transit discussion will continue because I share the concerns about underground bus facility that our residents have shared with us. And I look forward to that continued discussion. But I also want to recognize that Hornets is an important asset to our city. It creates opportunities for many of our residents, specifically in the hospitality industry. As someone who has worked in the hospitality industry to help pay for college, I recognize 1 out of 8 or 9 jobs are in the hospitality industry. So we must recognize that. And with that, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, as one of the ones that's a very vocal advocate for vulnerable populations, and this is a challenge for me. And I know we had a discussion last week about, transportation for individuals with disability and just so many needs in the city. However, I'm going to be supporting this because of the fiscal responsibility, if you will, to the building or the property that we own. So there's a balance with City Council, and yes, we do have to definitely advocate and support our vulnerable populations and affordable housing. That's a priority. However, again, we own this property, and we're required to maintain it. We're required to put the $173 million into it. We also, this is an opportunity for jobs and an economic driver for the city. So it's not just about, making the rich richer. That's some of the narrative that we hear. This for me is the right thing to do for our city. We value the Hornets. We value the Hornets Stadium. This, for me, while it may seem challenging, it is somewhat. This is easier, I think, than it looks. This is the right thing to do for all citizens of the city of Charlotte. So I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I too will be supporting the proposal in front of us tonight. As I said earlier, at previous conversation regarding with the council members, sports and entertainment is in the DNA of the city of Charlotte, and we're a long ways away from when we were just a racing town and a wrestling town. We now have a wide variety of sports offering for the community that does bring an economic benefit to the city. We did work with a sports consultant based on economics, and so the council, while there's no authority here in that field, we did work with our economic development staff who had various consultants working with us, helping us make the right decision based on economics and community impact. The Hornets and the Spectrum Arena, as I said earlier as well, is our community living room. It's more than just basketball. It's concerts, it's shows, it's convention, all of which, as indicated by the speaker here earlier, who's a entrepreneur, restaurant, put butts in seats, keeps people employed, waitress and waiters and busboys and those who work in the kitchen, those frontline workers who depend upon the events, basketball, concerts, and those other events at the arena that fuels his business in Uptown. We also had a conversation today about Uptown Charlotte and how do we begin to re-energize Uptown based on the cycle that we're going through. And I believe that working to renovate the arena, which we're contractually obligated to do, that point has already been stated, but also working with the potential new owner of the Epic Center, as well as trying to find a new use for the Transit Center. I, too, based on the last 2 weeks of doing my own personal research, have some concerns in terms of how we implement the Transportation Center. First and foremost, for me, it's a transportation project, not an economic development project. And it's incumbent upon us that we get that right, notwithstanding what happens across the street at Spectrum Arena or what may happen on top of it, hypothetically. I think that decision is still needs to be made. And as I indicated at our committee meeting, the Transit Center discussion will be coming back to the committee, I think, for further discussion. So that's something that we really, really need to peel back and do a lot more research on before a final decision is made. This, finally, from my perspective, is a no-brainer based on all the variables that we have to consider while we're making the decision. So for those reasons, a 15-year extension, contractually obligated to do sports and entertainment in the fabric of our community, I'm supporting it. Lastly, I will share this, and this has little to do with the proposal and more to do with council process. And I received a number of emails, as we all have, in reference to the timely informing of the public and the public right to know, and making sure that the public is with us and the council at the takeoff versus the landing, and the public getting more than 2 weeks to analyze what we're doing. I hope, Mr. Manager, as we move forward, that we can kind of rethink about how we process these proposals moving forward. I understand sometimes doing things publicly can be messy, cumbersome, uneasy, but I think based on the emails I received, and my position on this wouldn't have changed a bit. I'm supportive of it, but I think the council certainly, as well as the community, should have been at the takeoff versus at the landing on this decision. And I felt, from my perspective, and even talking to some of my colleagues around the dais, that we were missed the plane when it took off and caught it at the airport when it was landing, and it would be nice to be involved a lot more through the committee process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Thank you. This is a really difficult one for me because I agree and am normally preaching the exact same sentiment that a couple of those speakers had, which is no matter how much we love the sports team and love going to concerts and games at the venue, public subsidies 99 times out of 100 do not pencil out for taxpayers in stadiums and arenas. I mean, it's just countless studies have been done, and every time you see these economic impact analysis, they're always heavily skewed towards, well, this is what we think, and this assumption, this is going to generate, and it just builds on itself until you've got this foundation and then building and roof that are all built on faulty assumptions at the bottom that really don't calculate the ROI. So that's where I normally stand on these things. I say 99 times out of 100 because any deal can be negotiated well. It just normally doesn't happen that way for the end taxpayers. And then secondly, and where I struggle here, goes back to what Mr. Graham just said, which is, I mean, this has been like light speed from when the community got kind of plugged into it to where we now sit today. And I feel super uncomfortable having to, with such low feedback that we've gotten, kind of come to decisions on the same night that we're hearing the public feedback. I know that some of that was just an unfortunate scenario, but these are the kind of things we have to try to get ahead of and avoid, because everyone around this dais has been part of these conversations as they've evolved, for some time now. But with those two factors there, the reason why I am begrudgingly having to come along here and make this tough decision that goes against a lot of what I believe in with public arenas and stadiums really boils down to this isn't a normal situation. We have like one hand and a leg tied behind our back right now in this. It's not, oh, do you believe in stadiums and arenas and they pencil out for taxpayers or not? It's we were handed because of contracts that were formed 20 years ago and how it was treated 20, 15, 10, and 5 years ago in the maintenance, this untenable situation where we have to figure out, okay, here's the hand you've been dealt. And spending zero, unless we're going to court, is not an option, right? There's, well over $100 million that must be ultimately spent, or we are in a litigious situation that we do not win. So that's terrible. But secondly, as part of this, how do we not 20 years from now put the next council in the same situation that we're in right now? So there are two things that have gotten me as comfortable as I can be in a topic like this. One is what Tracy Dodson and the economic development team have done has been pulling a rabbit out of a hat in this uncomfortable situation. You guys have done amazing work. And the fact of the matter is, like 20 years ago, what happened to us from the actions there, if we had done nothing and just paid our bill, 2030, it's like 7 years from now, the council sitting around this dais would be faced with an even worse situation than we're facing right now, because it would probably be a new stadium, a new arena, not just fulfilling these contractual obligations. That has pushed it to 2045 with the tether and really put us in a better situation, as long as people don't squander it for the next 20 years and sit around and ignore it until it's too late and they have to do something. But the last piece, and I've said it multiple times, of my comfort level with how the community has been brought along so quickly right now, particularly the hospitality community. This community, like this tax, this discussion, this sits on their backs, the hospitality and tourism community. That's not some fund that can only be spent in one spot. That's a deal we've made with them. We're going to tax the stuff you do more and invest back into it in the future to make sure that ultimately is thriving. So I view the feedback of the hospitality and tourism community far above that of anyone else in this community right now who likes or doesn't like the Hornets or anything like that. And when, I wish I could have more feedback and more time to understand it. I mean, if this was a sampling tonight of, what do we have, 6, 7, 8 speakers, like last time this was a conversation, there were more than 6, 7, or 8 speakers talking. And if you view that sampling, there are people that were adamantly opposed to it, people that supported it. I have a feeling a lot of Charlotte might wake up tomorrow or next week or next month and realize what's going on and be upset they didn't have a chance to participate in all this. But we have to make a decision right now. So when I look at Tom Murray with the CRVA, when I look at feedback that we've gotten from Center City Partners and Michael Smith today, when I look at emails that have come through from folks like Vinay Patel, but most importantly, above all, Mohammed Janatian with the Hospitality and Tourism Alliance. This gentleman has his finger on the pulse, and he is leading an organization that is designed to be able to let us have our finger on the pulse of the hospitality industry. They have sent a wholehearted endorsement of us doing this, and barring anything else other than not doing it and going to court and losing, or doing it at the bare minimum versus leaning into what Ms. Dodson's deal is, which has taken, lemons and made lemonade to some extent. I have to really base my view that the hospitality and tourism community, especially under what we've heard from Mohammed and several other leaders, this is what they want. This is the investment they want us to make. So as much as I hate it, I have to be pragmatic and say, there's no other choice. This is the option. This is the best way to play this hand that we've been dealt. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Ms. Watlington?
I want to belabor the point that many of my colleagues have already made. Certainly, the key here for me is that most of the money that we are going to have to spend, we're already obligated to. Council members Graham and Bakari have already spoken to that, as well as Eggleston. So really the question is, for this additional funds, what do we think the ROI is going to be? The previous speaker made some great points about the expected net benefit of investing in stadiums, particularly this practice center. What I do see that it feels like it's an opportunity is this licensing piece. That seems to be, if there's anything that is a generator of revenue when it comes to stadiums, it is that licensing piece. So I'm interested to see where we go with that and explore that. The issue for me, though, is I really believe we've got to move different. When it comes to these economic development projects, I absolutely echo the statements of some of my colleagues. This process has got to change. When we are talking about hearing from the public on the same night as having a vote, I feel like we've missed the mark. When we are looking at community benefit, when we're looking at COP 2040 goals, when we're talking about equity in our city, when we're talking about how do we invest not only in our larger partners, whether it's hospitality, whether it's Center City Partners, we know that this is a great deal for CRVA. I don't need anybody to come tell me that. My question is, for the community and the broader community benefit, how do people who didn't get to play before get to play today? And those are the questions that I would like to have been answered on the front end. I still feel like we are executing economic development deals, and then we're working on the rest of our goals of our city. And I'm tired of having to choose between the two, one at the expense of the other. So I really would like to see, Mr. Manager, us do things different. I'd like to see transportation and planning come to the table at the beginning of these economic development deals and really get serious about putting our money and our negotiating power behind how we achieve our community benefits and our broader goals. With that, I will be supporting this tonight, and I hope that going forward that this will look like a win-win for all and that we're able to bring the public along in a much earlier manner. Thanks.
Mr. Driggs.
Thank you. I think we should emphasize first that we appreciate our team, all right? I mean, we're having a discussion here about the merits of this deal, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact the Hornets are a valued citizen of our city. They bring a lot of value to us in tourism and jobs. They bring a certain stature to our city. We get TV exposure of the games, which gets our name out there. I remember when I came to Charlotte, people didn't know the difference between Charlotte and Charlottesville and Charleston when you got further away. And I think there's a lot of enjoyment of the team on the part of fans. We have pride in our Hornets. So I just want to make sure the team understands as they're watching that we do have that appreciation of the Hornets. On the other hand, we have to acknowledge people question why we would give money to a rich owner, why we need to invest public funds. And I'd like to thank Ms. Fendrick, Ms. White, and Mr. Held for making sure that we have the discussion that we should have and acknowledge the issues. You're not alone. There are a lot of people who have concerns like yours. I'd like to try to respond to some of them. For one, I agree with you. I think the case that is made about economic impact and so on is kind of questionable. There's not a lot of science there. I am an economist, and this induced economic benefit and all of those things that are argued in favor of it. So I wouldn't personally make a decision relying on that. In this transaction, I'm also a little uncomfortable about the fact that we are relying for $60 million on naming rights, which are not fully established. I think we have to proceed on the basis that we can fulfill our commitments regardless of how that turns out. But to me, it's a weakness in this deal structure that makes me a little uncomfortable. And most of all, I would say that the objections of critics are justified, if anything, by the $173 million. So we got ourselves into a situation where we had a huge liability because of the way that deal was put together. And frankly, I think that aligns with your complaints. I don't think that we should try to minimize or gloss over the fact that we got to a point where we had an obligation that we couldn't escape for $173 million. So like Mr. Bakari, I wrestle with this, and I have a lot of sympathy with the critics. I do want to emphasize on the hospitality funds, just to be clear, we are able to levy the taxes from which those funds come by virtue of authority that's given to us by the state. And that authority is very specific, that you may levy those taxes on those activities for these purposes. So understand that that compartmentalizes us at times, and we have been in the situation before where we look at our housing needs, our public safety issues, and then we watch some of the spending that goes on from hospitality dollars, and it just seems like a whole different currency. But we can't break down that separation. If we tried to, the General Assembly would react very quickly and cancel our ability to levy those taxes, and that revenue would go away. So when I look at the situation now, there are things about it that I don't like, but my bottom line on this is we're talking about a decision that relates to the extension of the contract and the cost of doing that. And the cost of extending the contract works out at just over $100 million, including the Performance Center, which is about $6.8 million a year of these hospitality funds, not taxpayer funds. And so my conclusion is that as sympathetic as I am with many of the criticisms that are being levied, that it does represent decent value. To have that team here using $6.8 million of those limited hospitality funds strikes me as acceptable value, and therefore I will also be supporting this. I would really like us to have the team stay here. If we don't negotiate with them, they'll negotiate with somebody else. So you need to understand that we don't have the option of not negotiating with the team and having them stay here. That doesn't happen. And whether or not you agree with the terms on which the particular contract is negotiated, and I'll make one final remark. The contract that got us into the hole that we were in, as I just said, may have been an example of why these things are not good. The outlook, however, is better. The terms of the contract have been improved. We're collecting rent. I did talk to Fred Whitfield, the CEO, and said, are we going to get another bill like this, in the next 15 years? Are you going to come back to us and you want another $150 million? And his answer on that was that we had kind of kicked a can down the road, that we had postponed a lot of investment in the arena that might have been done earlier, and his feeling was, and I'm holding him to this, that with these improvements, we will not be in a position, the 175 and the 42, that we will not find ourselves in a position over the balance of the term out to 2045 of being handed a bill anything like this one again. So I'm also relying on that in my decision to support this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mr. Winston online.
Thank you. This is a bad contract. This is a bad contract for the taxpayers of Charlotte. This is a bad contract for the current Charlotte Hornets ownership and any other ownership group that inherits it. This contract mandates that a poorly designed and poorly built building will have to be maintained at a high cost to taxpayers. This contract produces a situation that this high cost will only produce an average at best building for an NBA team to play in, i.e. the top 50%. Our tax dollars are not providing a premier experience, just an average experience. This contract put the current Charlotte City Council in a very precarious position. At the end of 2021, we were presented with a situation that could have left taxpayers with the $300 million responsibility. I'm grateful for my colleagues, and I would suggest that the taxpayers of Charlotte should be too. We worked with staff aggressively to work through a bad contract that was drawn out of the emotional reaction of past leaders of losing an NBA franchise. The deal on the table today provides better stewardship of tax dollars than the deal that was initially presented to us, and does more to balance the future than past rounds of negotiations have produced. I'm grateful for the Charlotte Hornets Sports and Entertainment for their willingness to work with our economic development staff to produce something that is better for the people of Charlotte. I believe what is good for the people of Charlotte will coincide with their ability to have a successful business here in Charlotte. They did not have to negotiate a lease extension with us, but they did. I do believe that both Jordan Brothers and Mr. Whitfield are North Carolinians who have a vested interest in seeing this franchise thrive in Charlotte for North Carolina. I would like to thank Mr. Whitfield directly for spending some time with me to hear me out. There are some good things on the table. The investments into the arena will benefit everyone who attends an event in the arena. But my concerns lie in what comes down the line for Charlotte's taxpayers. I think this is a significant task for our city council, being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. NBA ownerships change. And so as we look down the line for the future negotiations that city council will have to enter into, they'll probably take place around the end of the useful life of Spectrum Center. By passing this contract, taxpayers are betting that the high likelihood of a next ownership group coming in will have the same good graces of this owner and not demand extraordinary capital investments in a lame duck arena, on top of trying to leverage taxpayers to build a more expensive arena. The circumstances of the next arena deal will be very different than when the current and previous owners took control. I do not see the next ownership group negotiating for an average, at best, arena. To the manager, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor, we should avoid another situation where city council doesn't get a chance at baking the cake until the cake is in the oven. We have a lot of decisions coming up regarding buildings that we own or are responsible for, entertainment districts we are investing in or will be asked to invest in, or professional sports and other investments that will put heads in beds. This deal promises to achieve things around the arena that I don't really think we have an executable plan to achieve. I would suggest a council committee be formed that deals with this sector of our responsibilities. While this is related to economic development as well as neighborhood development and transportation and planning, these deals and responsibilities are distinct and require a level of public work and engagement that we did not have here, but deserve to have as a growing city. If city council was involved in these negotiations 3 years ago when they first began, I believe taxpayers would be in an even better position. We should not get caught flat-footed in a matter of this magnitude ever again. To future councils, know that you have a great product in this city. You might get compared to other cities, but there are things that make this a great NBA city, regardless of what ownership groups, consultants, or even staff may throw at you. There is a benefit in being in an East Coast media market. There are ways to invest your taxpayer dollars that supports professional sports and more directly provides a public good. It will be tough, but you should hold your ground. Because we are putting you in a very precarious position, I am voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. And I just have a couple comments. I think a lot of my colleagues have touched on the points that concerned me. One being the short time frame that the public had to really kind of digest this. Because, oh, I'm sorry, now we have, I will get to our last two speakers after mine. Thank you. We had a very short time frame to let the public kind of digest this information. And I know that when we first heard about it, I really didn't think this would be something we would pass. Because the 173 million was so staggering to find out that we were committed to that. That said, to spend 173 million out of our tourism fund and get very little by way of a commitment from the team just felt even worse, frankly, because we've gone through the scenario where our basketball team left, where Uptown becomes empty. We know what that's like. And I have to say that one of the things I appreciate about Charlotte that a lot of towns don't have is that our entertainment, for the most part, is all uptown. We've got minor league baseball, which is a blast for families to go to. We've got football and now soccer. We've got the Hornets. We've got theater. Everything is in a pretty close proximity, which really makes Uptown pretty alive when these events are going on. That's when I feel safest uptown. I know we have issues with crime uptown, and we've got to get them addressed. But when there are more people uptown, enjoying uptown is when we are safest, honestly. And so I hate to think what would happen if we lost our tenant in the arena. It would be, I think it would be pretty devastating to Uptown. We already see what's happened with the Epicenter. That's not our building, so we can't control that, but I sure hope that when that discussion comes forward, there's a lot of smart people that are trying to figure out what's going to go into the Epicenter and turn things around there too. So it's a tough one to swallow, but I will be supporting this as well. I'm glad that Ms. Ajmira brought up the fact that there is no tie to the transit center. That is a separate conversation. And as far as I'm concerned, it's not fully baked. There's a lot of things that we've got to talk about regarding the transit center. But with regards to this one, I will be supporting this project, and I'm grateful that we do have the Hornets here in town. We have two more council members that would like to speak, Mr. Phipps and then Mr. Newton.
Yes, thank you. A lot has been said here tonight, and I agree with some of it. And I look forward to supporting this proposal for the opportunity that it affords us to enhance our overall community going forward. I guess I'm a bit of an optimist. I do think that it's important that we have the Hornets here. And invariably, when we have these conversations, it always seems like it boils down to almost a love-hate type relationship. But we have to figure out, what do we want to do? Do we want to engage in these kinds of dynamic activities that we hope to enhance our community with? So I realize that there's still some things to be worked out, and I mean transportation, but I'm optimistic that we will carry through with these and have a better product going forward that we all can support and everybody can be satisfied with. That's just my way of looking at it. I do think the building is ours. We got a lot of different venue things going on along with the Hornets, and we just have to move forward and go forth. So I'm definitely supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. And our last council member to speak is Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I think one of the downsides of speaking last is that oftentimes everything has already been said. Councilmember Eggleston really summed up my thoughts succinctly, and by and large, I agree with all the other sentiments and comments expressed by everyone at the dais. I feel like agree with everyone, and we'll be supporting this item.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. That is all of the council members, and now we need them back out here at the dais, because we do have a motion and a second.
Council members, we need you in the chamber. Pizza's here.
Mr. Newton would take about 20 minutes.
And we're counting on you speaking longer, Mr. Newton.
Sorry.
But they're coming back now, so it's not necessary.
Please don't begin
It's like
speaking.
the bell is ringing next door, right?
I'll take my voting.
We got enough now.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second on the floor, so I will go ahead with the roll call. Mr. Newton? Did he say yes? Can you, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Watlington? Yes. I'm a yes. Ms. Sedgmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
No.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson? Yes. Thank you. That motion passes. The next item is item number 16, the City Links Gold Line Phase 3 Design Services. And I'm looking for a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract in the amount of $4,299,990.14 with ACOM Technical Services of North Carolina, Inc. for planning, environmental, and preliminary design services, and adopt a budget ordinance transferring $4,299,990.14 from City Links Gold Line Phase 3 Reserve in the general capital funds and appropriating $4,299,990.14 to the City Links Gold Line Design Project.
Motion to authorize and adopt.
Second?
Okay, is there any comment?
Yes.
Ms. Edgemira? We'll go.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to recognize Mr. John Lewis and his team for walking me through concerns that I had around reliability and efficiency of our Gold Line, our streetcar, and all the work that you're doing. Especially, I want to highlight the real-time app and how streetcar is being incorporated into our real-time app so people can see where exactly the streetcar location is. Since I know CATS is dealing with our labor shortage, and this will help us address some of the reliability issues that we have heard from many of our residents. So if you don't have CATS app, download it, and you can exactly see where it is. We had a real-time app, but we did not have streetcar added to the real-time app. So now we have streetcar, and I hope next time we have anything on CATS on our agenda, we will see our light rail being incorporated also in our real-time app. And I also appreciate the other short-term and mid-term solution that CATS is going to make to address the concerns that council had raised in the past. But I understand the commitment that we had made to our East and West Charlotte residents, and I look forward to supporting that to fulfill our commitment to them. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, do you have any comments? Okay. I wanted to say that first of all, I appreciate Mr. Lewis organizing meetings with groups of us to address the concerns we had. My biggest concern was that, to me, it seemed to be a conflict to say that a 10-mile line presumably could continue like phase 1 as a streetcar. And Mr. Lewis clarified that, in fact, this design process has got to address the fact that a 10-mile streetcar line can't stop at every stoplight and behind every car, and that we're really going to have to look at the east and west legs and see what can be done to to address the design of this so that it's not going to take all day to ride this. The second item that I had concerns about was enforcement of the rules, basically, for the existing Gold Line now, when we have people parking on the tracks, when we have interruption in service because of that, and Mr. Lewis did address for us what they can do, hopefully, to make it very clear to the public that if you're going to park on the tracks, you're going to get towed or you're going to get ticketed. I think we've got to build trust in the system, and I appreciate that there will be measures taken to be able to do that and to also try to address issues that would allow us to, queue jumping or whatever. So I will be supporting this. I just realized that we've had some public speakers added. Can we go ahead with council comments first and then do the public speakers? Would that be okay with everybody?
It's usually better.
No? Okay. We'll go, I'm sorry, we do have one speaker, Cynthia White. And I apologize about that, Ms. White. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a last-minute thing. I was not here to speak about at this, rather about my concerns about the Performance Enhancement Center, but thank you. I'll be very brief. I'm speaking from a position of very great ignorance. I'm not following these issues carefully. I'm not always in Charlotte and certainly haven't been for a lot of the COVID and stuff. But apart from that, I'm not in the weeds of what's going on in Charlotte in a lot of these areas, and certainly the Gold Line is one of them. However, learning on WFAE about this issue coming up, I did hear a couple of things, and I think you alluded to one of them, and that is a dedicated lane for the Gold Line. If that is going down Central Avenue, what in the world is someone considering? It is, the word was used on Charlotte Talks, describing that, whoever was the guest with Mike Collins. I've forgotten and cannot remember the word they used. It was a one word to describe the thought of anyone suggesting a dedicated line going down Plaza Midwood Central Avenue. I'll use one word. It's ludicrous. The correlate would be tearing down Brooklyn again. It is not practical. And for any kind of money expenditure on something that follows that line of thinking or whatever, again, it's wasteful. It's not simply wasteful. It is just unacceptable.
Thank you, Ms. White. And that's going to be part of this process, and that's what a lot of us got hung up on, is that there are going to be areas that they can't do a dedicated line. There will be areas that there can be improvements to get it faster. And John, I don't know if you want to address that. There may be some area that they can do dedicated line further out, or a dedicated lane, but not necessarily right of way. And I think that that's going to be a really important part of this design process, is that it's very clear where you could do a dedicated lane versus right of way.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. John Lewis, Executive Director of Charlotte Area Transit System. And I think that is really the crux of what we hope to accomplish with this update of the 30% design. We must remember that the entire Gold Line corridor was taken to 30% design. So much has changed along that corridor since that original design work is done. It has grown significantly, and we need to, number one, find ways to pick up speed along the corridor so that the Phase 3 and recommendations can be applied to the phases 1 and 2 so that this corridor operates more like the Blue Line light rail rather than the operating characteristics of the first 2 phases where we're operating within traffic. Now, there may be some areas along the corridor that that for various reasons may not be able to take dedicated lanes, but we'll look for other means such as queue jumpers, signal priority, and others that we could continue to provide the reliability that our customers need. And so that's what we want to accomplish in this 3rd phase, along with continued outreach to the public to make sure they are plugged in to the plans moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Eggleston?
Ms. White, I thought you were about to say a word that starts with cluster, and if you just said it, it would have made my night. It was a different word.
Starts with cluster.
Don't ask.
I only like to make about 2 people at a time laugh. So, yeah, I did it. I'm going to support this, and I won't belabor the points I've made in previous meetings about it. I think we need, or it'll be the next council or future council will need more information. I think this work will provide them with more information that they need. I was ecstatic when the Gold Line plans came out because I live a couple hundred yards from what would be one of the future phase 3 stops, and I thought this is exactly the kind of community I want to live in. This is something that I would use all the time. I've since become more skeptical, and I think if the level of service that phase 3 provided to my part of town was similar to the level of service that phase 1 and phase 2 have provided to the parts of town that they're in, it's not a service I would use with great regularity, and I'm disappointed to have to say that. I hope that this additional time and effort put into determining what options exist for phase 3, whether that means pivoting from what we'd originally intended or what we'd originally planned. I think we have to make the best decision from where we are, and I don't think we currently have enough information to make that decision. So I support us continuing forward, but with an open mind that what we envisioned however many years ago might be very different than what we ultimately need to do to move forward with this. Or I think future councils have to be open-minded that this might come back and we might make the determination that it's time to cut bait and that this the juice is not worth the squeeze on this. So I don't think we know that yet. I hope we'll know that after this. But I think we've got a lot of work to do to make phase 3 a viable return on investment for our community.
Mr. Graham?
I agree. What my colleagues just said, there's no need for me to take up more airtime than that. Certainly, I believe that this would give us the opportunity to answer those questions. Like I said, I was there at the first meeting of the streetcar task force many years ago, and the city's Central Avenue, Batesville Road is a lot different today than it was when we were first starting this project. Then Mayor Anthony Fox sold it to the community as not only a transportation initiative or option, but also economic development driver. And I think we need to verify whether those analogies still exist in the future. And I'm not sure that they do or not. So one thing I am certain of is that there were a lot of promises made to the community, especially those living in West and East Charlotte. And so this step forward tonight is fulfilling that commitment. But as Mr. Eggleston said, there's some tough questions that we need to ask once we get the report back. And then we're going to really have to define where do we go from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Yes, we have an impressive track record in this community for doing things that don't make sense. And this really just fits right there in that spot. You know, we'll go through and we'll put you know, the streetcar on the road to follow traffic, and people are wondering why it's not moving a large number of people or why it's stopped at a stoplight. And we'll put together bike lanes around and not have re-engineered our entire town so that people still need to work uptown and drop packages off, and then we shame them for parking in the spots We can't vision a world that is, perfect and has exactly what we want in it and just skip over the part that the world we live in today operates a certain way. And that's why, again, we have been dealt another hand of this streetcar, and the promises that were made, which, as I was here during those times, were promises that a lot of us didn't think actually held water and made sense. Nonetheless, they're made. I think looking at the hand that we have right now, it is incumbent on us more to go and try to adjust and fix and tweak the thing that we have before we just keep marching forward and allow it to not be optimized in the way that it exists. So, I'm a no on this, but not even as much. Even if I was halfway supportive, I am no longer going to support major initiatives that rely upon CATS until we fix the structural problems and leadership that exists there. And if it had not been for the fact that that wasn't the decision we were making previously in the last vote with the Spectrum Arena, I would have been a no on that as well. And Mr. Manager, we must fix what's wrong with CATS right now if we're going to keep putting up strategic items for us to consider here, because at some point, after disaster after disaster, after issue that goes unresolved, after blaming everyone else for what the problems are, at some point, a majority of this council is going to stop and actually hurt one of the major strategic initiatives that this city needs, because we have not solved that yet. So I'm a hard no.
Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate a lot of the work that's been done to educate on what are some of the things that CATS is doing. I do have some heartburn, though, because I still fundamentally believe that we've got to fix what's broken before we invest more money. I think about what you said, Councilmember Graham, in regards to the promises that were made to East and West Charlotte from an economic development perspective. I'm going to keep beating the same drum I was beating in the last discussion. Economic development driver for whom? Have we thought sincerely and in a meaningful way about how we do this differently, broader than the technical engineering scope, but how does this deliver upon our COP 2040 goals? And I have not seen that component of it yet. So I'd like to understand a little bit, Mr. Lewis, if you could explain a little bit about what we would expect to see upon the broader feasibility, if you will, if this money is spent.
Had the conversation. We have to listen to it again.
Yes, we did. Go in the back.
Thank you, Councilmember Watlington. When you're talking about the broader goals of the city, I think those conversations were had at the outset of the project and there was a value proposition that was envisioned at that time that we presented to the federal government in order to receive their funding support for both Phase 1 and Phase 2. I think one of the goals of this Phase 3 is to go back and revisit that value proposition with the community and with elected leaders to see if those issues still remain, will there be any changes we may want to make to those, and then consult with our federal partners on that. So that is part of this discussion, and I think that is something that we have to be very deliberate and intentional with, and is not going to lend to a very quick conversation on that. So that's another reason why one of the goals of this Phase 3 process will bring.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
So, Ms. White, I'm with you on this one. Given the operating track record, the construction history, and the events that have brought us to this point, I would like to hear answers to a lot more questions before I was willing to make another investment. And I will remind people, this was held up as a connector between the East and the West so that basically these corridors of opportunity could benefit from the investment. And I'm really interested to know whether people who live in those corridors are seeing those benefits. And in particular, if I ask them, I've got $400 million I could spend on something, would your first choice be to have this streetcar built out? Or can you think of other ways that we could use that money to your advantage that might be more productive? So as always, and I've been concerned about this from the start, because I think a train that runs among the cars doesn't add value and costs a lot. And I'm still stuck in that position, and I will not be able to support this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Mr. Winston?
So I agree with something that Mr. Bakari said. There are structural issues with CATS, and I think the structural issue is that it is not a transit authority. So I would challenge Mr. Bakari, as we are both the co-chairs of intergovernmental relations, is that we work on that as a committee item. That is, it works within the framework that we're working on from an intergovernmental approach. But I think some of the things he lambasted, Mr. Lewis in particular, about are more so about those actual structures that he talks about. So again, I would challenge us to speak in facts, to do the work of garnering the support of government from around our region, as well as the Business Alliance and business interests and community leaders from around this region to make those structural changes, because that is well within our purview and we can do that work. As it relates to the Gold Line, we need, regardless if you want to stop this project or move it forward, we need the data and need the information that is going to be part of this design service, and I will be supporting.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Mr. Phipps, do you have any comments?
I took, I thoroughly was appreciative of the one-on-one meetings we've had in terms of ways we can try to enhance the service. I was around with phases 1 and 2. I didn't think I was going to be around for phase 3, but here we are. But I do think if we have an opportunity to try to do this design phase, to get funds to see if there's a way to proceed, I think we should give it that chance. And for no other reason than that, I'm willing to give support to this proposal tonight to give it a chance to see if it will materialize in a way that would be sufficient for us to move forward in the end. So I wouldn't want to put the brakes on it sort of prematurely at this point, so I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. And Mr. Newton?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I have a comment this go-round, maybe giving everybody an extra opportunity to grab some more pizza. So I agree with Councilmember Graham in that this is fulfilling a commitment to East and West Charlotte, and it's going to serve both communities and their greatest needs. Transit, of course, also economic development and infrastructure improvements along the corridor. But I wanted to just respond to Ms. White's concern. And it's a very legitimate and valid concern, but it's my understanding here that we're simply talking about design and in what will be included within that design. That's not a commitment to a dedicated lane down Central Avenue. And I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Manager, is that the case? It's my understanding this is not a commitment to having a dedicated lane down Central Avenue. It's simply us moving forward with design, but for us moving forward with design on this, we wouldn't have anything, correct? I mean, there would be no opportunity for Gold Line extension whatsoever.
Mr. Newton, we've had John come back up to the lectern. So, John, that's the question.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Newton. I think the main reason for this Phase 3 design work is to find ways that we can find higher levels of reliability. We've been in operations for the first phase opened in the summer of 2015. The second phase opened just last summer. So we know there have been some challenges in operating streetcar in mixed traffic, the challenges that have been laid out in terms of people parking on the alignment, the speed of operations through there. Imagining expanding that to 10 miles really is going to be a project that isn't successful. So the goal of this Phase 3 update is to identify ways that we can address those problems, if they can be addressed. And some of those are laid out, perhaps could be dedicated lanes, they could be signal priority, they could be queue jumpers. There's a whole list of ways that we can try and address those problems that have been identified in Phases 1 and Phase 2. But we really need the data and the time and the effort to put forward and in concert with the community to identify that. And lastly, the no-build option is always a part of the conversation. And so if we get to the end of this and realize that we could not find a solution, then that could be the recommendation moving forward.
Gotcha. So just to be clear, this is not a commitment to dedicated lanes down Central Avenue.
This is not a commitment. I do not want to presuppose the outcome of a study at the beginning. That is one of the alternatives we're looking at, and there are many different factors that could impact that final recommendation.
Okay, thank you for that. And whatever the design is, will be considered and voted on by the council as well. This is simply just moving the ball forward so that we can get that data, formulate a design for a later decision. And that's why I'm in support of this.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. So with that, we'll go ahead and have our vote. We have a motion and a second. So Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Given what Mr. Lewis just shared, that we'll get our answers through this funding and we can stop then, I'm a yes.
Okay, I concur with you, which is why I'm a yes. Ms. Sajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
No.
Mr. Driggs?
No.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
No.
Okay. That is 3 noes and 8 yeses, so that passes. The next item is item number 19, the 7th North Tryon Infrastructure Reimbursement Agreement. We heard our presentation from Ms. Dodson earlier on this. And so I would like a motion, or ask if there is a motion, to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an infrastructure reimbursement agreement with BP Metropolitan NC LCC in an amount not to exceed $24,448,588 for public infrastructure and public parking, which is expected to be reimbursed through 45% of incremental city and county property taxes from a designated area over 15 years or until fully reimbursed, whichever occurs first. And B, authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an infrastructure reimbursement agreement with BP Metropolitan NC LLC in an amount not to exceed $3 million for public infrastructure improvement, which is expected to be reimbursed in a future bond referendum. And C, adopt a resolution approving an interlocal agreement with Mecklenburg County for the 7th and North Tryon Infrastructure Reimbursement Agreement. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Sajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
No.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 10-1. Item number 20, is there a motion to adopt a resolution approving an interlocal agreement between the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County for the Atrium Health Innovation District Infrastructure Reimbursement Agreement funded through incremental city and county property taxes, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute all documents necessary to complete the interlocal agreement?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, any discussion? Okay, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 21 is the Affordable Housing Development Support Request. Is there a motion to reallocate up to $700,000 of Housing Trust Fund support from the Evoke Living at Westerly Hills Multifamily Affordable Housing Development to further support the development of the Evoke Living at Morris Field Multifamily Affordable Housing Development, and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $500,000 from Crossland Southeast or an affiliate to the General Capital Projects Fund?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. I just wanted to note that I appreciate the work that CMPD and Evoke have done in the area. Initially, Westerly Hills residents have had a lot of concerns in regards to safety and incidents that are happening at some of the multifamily developments in and around the area. And I appreciate that there's a lot of work that has been done, and look forward to see that continued work, because certainly as we continue to increase density, specifically around Westerly Hills, residents are going to be interested in making sure that we're providing quality product and services to go with it.
Great. Thank you for those comments, Ms. Watlington. So with that, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Item number 22 is the upset bid process for city-owned property on French Street. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the upset bid process for the proposed sale of a portion of city-owned property, parcel number 078-21201, located at 600 French Street, and a temporary easement for construction of planned development, and B, authorize the city clerk to publish a notice of the proposed sale, including a description of the property, the amount of the offer, and the terms under which the offer may be upset. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Item number 23, the transfer of property on LaSalle Street. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the transfer of common area located on or near LaSalle Street, Vantage Point, and being known as parcel number 075-03741, to Vantage Point Townhome Association, Inc., in support of the development of 12 affordable for-sale units located along the Beatty's-Ford Road corridor, and B, authorize the city manager or his designee to negotiate and execute all necessary documents to complete the transaction in conformity herewith.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. A few months ago, there was a presentation that the city was going to convey some of its city-owned land to some affordable housing developers. Are these those items? Councilmember Driggs and I met with one of the city staff members. I was just wondering if these were part of those transactions.
No.
Okay.
These are not.
Okay, do you know the transactions that I'm talking about?
Well, I think there were 6 that Sean, you want to come up? Okay.
Thank you, Sean Heath, City Manager's Office. Yes, in February 7th, there were 4 properties that were identified and council approved for conveyance for purposes of affordable housing. Those are all working through the process. We're expecting that we'll see those come back for Housing Trust Fund and other funding requests in our next cycle, which may be in early 2023.
Okay.
This is not one of them.
Correct, this is not one of them.
Right, this is actually more or less a technical lease correction
That's right.
in order to consolidate the land that was previously made available. So it doesn't represent an additional investment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. No, and any other comments? Okay, with that, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 24, which was the lease to Sugar Creek Charter School, was pulled by staff, so we won't be talking about that one. Item number 25 is, may I have a motion to adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $161,740 in private developer funds for infrastructure improvements to the General Capital Projects Fund from the following developers: SR University LLC, East Group, and Beacon Acquisitions LLC.
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. And tonight, we have our nominations. City Council will consider these nominations to various boards and commissions. The council members submitted their nominations early to the clerk via email. Names of nominees will be read at the dais. And tomorrow, the clerk will email City Council the names of applicants that received at least 2 nominations. These candidates will be considered for appointment at the next business meeting. And any applicant receiving 6 or more nominations can be considered for appointment tonight upon a motion, second, and majority vote of council. The name of all nominees will be recorded in the official minutes of the meeting, and the clerk will now proceed with announcing the results of our nominations.
I would ask that, I would first inform you that most of the boards did receive at least 6 or more nominations. So at the conclusion, I will ask for a vote to appoint those individuals receiving 6 or more votes. Also, to begin with, the Business Advisory Committee and the Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory Committee, there were no recommendations made, so we will carry that over to the next meeting. For the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority, I will need a separate motion, however, to recuse Councilmember Eccleston from the vote on this, as there were 9 nominations for Clark Allen and 6 nominations for Mr. Eccleston, with the caveat that his term would not begin until September 7th, 2022. So with a motion to recuse him would be one motion and vote, and then a motion to proceed.
With all of them?
With all of them.
Okay. So,
move to recuse Mr. Eggleston from the vote on the CRVA.
Second.
does he need to leave the dais?
Need to take the vote.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ajmira? This is to recuse Mr.
Yeah, I said
Eggleston.
yes.
No, he does not need to leave.
Pardon?
He doesn't have to leave the
He doesn't have to
dais, he
leave the
just can't
dais.
vote.
But, okay, but we all have to still vote.
We have to
Yeah,
vote on
she's just going
recusing
over.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said
Ms.
yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Is it recuse or excuse?
Recuse.
Okay, yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Bakari?
Sure, yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
I suppose so.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston, you're defused.
Okay, and with that, then, I would need a motion that we can consider all nominations that have at least 6 votes for approval.
So moved?
You're the rest of them?
Well,
Second.
if I might read the remaining
go ahead. Thank
ones
you.
of those. So I just read the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority. The Citizen Transit Advisory Group, Robert Hillman, received 6 nominations. For the Community Relations Committee, Nicole Arnold received 9 nominations, Evelyn Dale, 7, Anthony Foreman, an incumbent, received 11, as did Lucille Fearson, Scott Gartland, Karen Gibson, all incumbents, as is Charlene Henderson and Joy Mayo and Tamika McCarthy. All incumbents received 11 nominations. For the continuing with community relations, Kimberly Nelson received 10, and the incumbent Barbara Ratliff and Shalonda Williams also received 11 nominations, and Jared Thompson received 8. For the Fireman's Relief Fund Board of Trustees, Thomas Lineberger received 11 nominations. For the Historic District Commission, Heather Woick received 10 nominations. For the nonprofit sector, the Nicole Bell received 11 nominations. For a resident owner of Hermitage Court, Chris Barth received 11 nominations, and a resident owner of Wesley Heights, Kim Parati, received 11 nominations. For the Keep Charlotte Beautiful, the incumbents Casey Brewer and Linda Tetroja received 11 nominations, as did Monique Mendez. For the Passenger Vehicle for Hire, no applications were received for a representative of the hospitality tourism industry, so we'll bring that back. For the Planning Commission, Aaron Barbie received 10, the incumbent Aaron Barbie received 10 nominations, and Clayton Sealy received 6 nominations. For the Public Art Commission, David Gall received 8 nominations. And for the Stormwater Advisory Committee, Nancy Carter received 11 nominations, and there were no nominations received for the Transit Services Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, now, can I have a motion to,
So moved.
Second.
Second.
you know what I mean?
Madam Clerk, am I recusing myself from the whole thing, or you're just taking me out of the
We
one?
need a separate vote for the CRVA.
Yeah, that's right. So,
Okay, so let's first, may I have a motion to vote on the CRVA nominations?
Yes.
So moved.
So
Okay,
what is that again? What was the CRVA nomination?
Clark Allen
two
and
people,
myself.
Clark Allen.
I think
Do you want to separate those
just
two?
separate those two.
Okay, so let me rephrase that. Can I have a motion to vote for Mr. Eggleston for the CRVA?
I move that we do that for Mr. Eggleston.
Thank you.
I'm okay with that, too. Second.
Second. Okay, let's vote on that first. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Sorry, any discussion?
No discussion.
I do have some discussion.
Okay.
Just about overall. How does a person get a list of the council members that nominated or voted for the candidates?
Well, they will come out in email from my office tomorrow morning. You receive a follow-up email that lists the names of everyone and how they voted for each of the boards. So you will receive an email from Kirk McSwain from my office tomorrow morning.
So for the public to know, they would just need to.
If the public wants to know, they can contact us and we'll provide
Okay.
that. But this also becomes a part of your official minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If no other discussion, we'll go ahead and with the vote. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
No.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Okay, Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
And Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
I believe that's 7 yeses and 3 noes?
8 to 2.
8 to 2?
Yeah.
There were 2
Okay,
noes
sorry.
out of 10 votes.
After 9 o'clock, I can't count. Okay, so that's 8-2, that passes. Now I
Motion
need,
to approve all other nominees receiving 6 or more nominations.
Second.
Yeah, that's good.
This guy has the all-time record for motions.
okay.
in city council.
Mr. Driggs.
Hands down.
Oh, is there any discussion?
No discussion.
Okay. Mr. Driggs?
Absolutely.
Ms. Watlington? Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
And Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Okay, and that passes.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
may I be recognized?
You are recognized, Mr. Winston.
I'd like to make a motion to add to the June 27th agenda funding for Phase 2 of the Innovation Barn.
Second.
A motion to,
What was the emotion?
What is it?
Motion to add to the June 27th business agenda funding for Phase 2 of the Innovation Barn.
so a discussion on funding for Phase 2 of the Innovation Barn.
Second.
Point of order.
Yes.
I'm concerned that we're voting on something that was not germane to the discussion here today, that we weren't aware we were going to be voting on. Can somebody speak to, Ms. James, can you please speak to the rules of procedure in regards to that?
Not voting on the
So
issue, though.
a council
I know we're
member
not
can
voting
make
on
a
the issue.
motion and
I'm asking
for a
Ms.
future.
James.
I know,
I'm
but I'm
asking
just
Ms.
telling you
James.
what she's going to say. We just
That's
went
all
over
right, just let her
this.
do her job.
This is just taking up time.
Well, you are welcome to depart, sir. You've done your service for the evening.
So I'll read you the rule, just so you can hear the language. Any matter which is not on the agenda may be discussed upon the completion of the agenda. The council may not take formal vote on any non-agenda matter unless all council members, in accordance with the charter, vote to add the matter to the agenda. A motion to suspend the rule shall not be in order if the purpose of the motion is to suspend the requirement of the unanimity. And then I'm reading the next part, Rule 4D. Any member of council may request the city manager to place an item on a future agenda by making such a request at a council meeting.
Perfect, okay.
That's what's happening.
And it's a majority vote for that.
Is it?
Yes.
She didn't say
Yeah,
that.
it's a majority vote.
Next week is a majority vote. This today is all.
Does
So
it
this-
require a
I'll keep
vote?
reading.
That's my question. Does it require a vote?
Unless a council member or the city manager objects, the requested item shall be included. If a council member or the city manager has an objection, the item in question shall not be included on a future agenda unless a majority of the council votes in
So
favor.
he really doesn't need a vote,
of
is what I'm
including the
hearing.
item.
Without objection.
Yeah.
The
There's no
item-
objection, but,
If there's an
So
objection.
is there a
it would be majority
discussion?
vote.
If there was an objection, you just need 6 votes, right?
To go to a
Right.
future meeting instead of tonight.
Is there an objection?
I
or
guess
do we
there's
want-
objection
about
if we
tonight?
vote, and then you'd know. This would be to put it on the next business agenda,
2
which
weeks
is
from now.
June 27th.
Yeah.
Let's just vote.
We were told by staff that we would hear it in September, right?
After the advanced planning tools,
That's when you'd vote on it.
Yeah.
That's when you'd vote on funding, but this is to put the discussion on the agenda.
but what is there to discuss? We are putting it through advanced planning, right? I mean, there's nothing else to discuss at this point.
Right.
Is there?
Sounds like we should just vote then.
Braxton's proposing something
There's
different.
nothing else to
Okay.
discuss.
Winston's
Call the
proposing
question.
Something different.
We all haven't
Let's
spoken
watch the
on it.
basketball game.
Mr. Jones, point of order, Mr. Jones, can you just address my question? Is there anything to discuss at this point?
Yep. So, Councilmember Ashmira, the last time we were before you, we said that we would bring this through the advanced planning
Right.
process,
Right.
which will take us some time. I believe what's happened tonight is that a member of council has asked and has received a second to have a discussion about the barn in 2 weeks,
The funding for the
the
barn
funding for the barn in 2 weeks.
and where it would come from.
And, okay.
I can reread my motion if you'd like.
Well, did you get your question answered?
No, I did.
Can
Go
I?
ahead, Mr. Winston.
My motion is to add to the June 27th agenda funding for the Phase 2 of the Innovation Barn.
I need clarification then. How is that different than what we spent a long time discussing last week? And that we voted for it to go to advanced planning? What will we be discussing next week that's different?
Sounds
The source of funding for the source, so separate from the source of funding, there is whether or not council would approve it after the advanced planning.
But we don't even know how much it's going to cost at this point. So, yeah, we can discuss 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, or 2 million, or maybe half a million. We don't know how much it's going to cost. So I don't know if we're putting
Sounds like the
cart.
streetcar. You guys approved that?
No, I mean, we're putting a cart before the horse here. I mean, we don't know.
I'll explain my understanding, if anybody would like to ask me.
Is that,
Motion.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Winston. It's your motion.
My understanding is, from discussions that I've had surrounding this, that there is a sort of a fiscal cliff that you might say. That there is money in this fiscal year, that if we decide to put it in advanced planning during this fiscal year, that could potentially save us an entire year to move on the actions that we find. My understanding is that if we don't do this now, that there's potential that we will lose an entire year once as it moves through that advanced planning process. And understanding that the way prices are going, the way inflation it continues to head, that it would be fiscally irresponsible to wait 2 months to make this motion or make this movement that we can do in 2 weeks from now. This is a matter of being a good steward of taxpayer dollars and doing something before really a date deadline that could potentially save taxpayers millions of dollars.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones.
Okay, so one of the reasons that we asked for this to go through advanced planning is because advanced planning has served us well. Even something that came up tonight in the action briefing dealt with a project or a series of projects that were a part of the big ideas. Okay, so for us to give you good estimates, we believe that advanced planning is the right way to do this. We potentially, if we went with the same, I guess, architectural firm that did the first part of the barn, maybe we could save some time and get this done before, instead of the FY25 budget, maybe the FY24 budget.
Mm-hmm.
What I think I'm hearing tonight is that you would like for us to see if we can find capacity in a project or projects so that there would be a source of funding that could be pointed to when this comes back to council after advanced planning. That's what I think I'm hearing, but not anything that would get in front of advanced planning, because we would be in a very bad position because we wouldn't have good designs. But again, if the concept is to have a discussion about funding and how this could be funded, I think that that's okay.
So is there excess capacity?
Just point of clarification, Mr. Jones explained what I was trying to say very succinctly and better than I could have explained it, just to bring clarification to the motion.
But that
Thank you. So just to rephrase it, is there excess capacity that had this project or any other project would be ready now? Is there excess capacity? And I'll ask Phil this, or Brent, or I guess Phil, that could be set aside, and that would be the discussion until such time, so that it's in reserve or set aside until such time that advanced planning's been complete.
So I would say that in terms of capacity in the process that you just went through with the FY23 budget, there was roughly $37 million, I think, of a capacity, and you guys utilized all of that capacity. You didn't utilize any of the capacity in the out years the out year 3 bond cycles, which is about 125 million, but that's in the future. We give you a project list, I think, at least once a year. And if we were talking about a project that we would no longer do, for instance, there's been a discussion about the IT building that has been on hold because we have been waiting to see what happens with Eastland, or any other project that you would like for us to come back and you would say, administration, I would prefer for you not to do this and to reserve that type of capacity for the barn. But again, we would not make a recommendation to you on what the price tag is until we finish advanced planning.
Right.
Got it.
All right.
So it's real clear, to my colleague's point, we're already having the discussion right now. Sounds like Mr. Winston thought out his wording. Sounds like you have some idea of it. So can we have the conversation and just a vote now? And then if it passes, when it's supposed to happen?
Yeah.
So,
Call the question.
Call the question.
No,
now
don't call
instead
the
of June
question.
27th?
No,
Vote on whether we're
vote
gonna have
now
the
to have
On
the
to June
conversation.
27th, yes.
That's
Yeah.
all we're voting on is
Yeah,
whether or not
just
to
to
We're
have
not
that.
supposed
About it on
to
June
have the
27th.
conversation like this now.
Have to
But
be unanimous.
Can I, yes, I
No,
can
that'd
ask
be
a
for
question.
tonight.
Is this an
If we
exceptional
wanted to do it
process?
tonight.
This feels like an exceptional process that we're
Standard.
voting if we're going to have the money after it goes to advanced planning. I mean, there seems to be a lot of push for this to be approved. Keep in mind, it did not pass the straw
That's the
vote
conversation we
to
have to
move
have in the next
fast,
meeting.
to move forward during the budget. So I just want to make sure that there's no exceptional campaign to enrich this organization.
Look forward to talking about that in the next meeting.
Envision Charlotte.
Call a question. Can't wait to hear you make those points in that next meeting.
This doesn't have anything to do with Envision Charlotte, this is the barn.
So anyway,
Call the question.
so I'm asking, are we doing this outside of what we normally do for other projects?
The attorney just said we're.
This is fine, so.
Okay.
Go ahead and call the question.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Driggs.
Are we about calling the question?
Yes.
No.
Wait, this is.
We're
a very-
voting on whether to have the discussion.
We're gonna have the
Okay,
discussion,
yes.
yeah, in the
Yes.
future.
Ms. Watlington.
No.
Mr. Bakari?
Sure.
Mr. Graham? Sure. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Johnston?
No.
Ms. Ishmira?
No.
Okay, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
And Mr. Winston?
Yes.
So that passes 7.
Wait to have this
8
conversation.
to.
Good night.
Motion to adjourn.
May I have a motion to
I don't
adjourn?
understand how we could have a conversation. We have no idea how much it costs.
That's the-
Second.
They gotta bring all
Okay,
that
thank you, everyone.
To the next meeting.
Yeah, but basically, we're revisiting the book from before.
Yeah, exactly.